Chapter 639. Jian Shai was still regretting it. Chu Luiyue, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this. She was focused on processing the pills in the cauldron in front of her. She was now a 4th-grade celestial physician, while Ning Jiqing was a 5th grade. If she wanted to win this competition, she had to refine a 5th-grade pill. Fortunately, she had already made her choice when she went on stage. Moreover, there were indeed sufficient medicinal herbs in her universe ring. Well, speaking of which, she had to thank Rongxiu. If he hadn't given her this universe ring, she might not have been willing to buy so many medicinal herbs at once. She methodically put the medicinal herbs in one by one and divided the flames in the cauldron into several parts to refine them individually. Ning Jiqing was also processing the medicinal herbs at this moment. He took the time to look up at her. When he saw that her cauldron was divided into 5 areas, he was slightly shocked. Generally speaking, only a 5th-grade celestial physician could do this. However, Chu Luiyue seemed to be doing it with ease, as if it was effortless. A trace of doubt flashed across Ning Jiqing's heart. Was she really only a 4th-grade celestial physician? Pavilion Master, what kind of pill is little junior sister planning to refine? Lu Xiao watched for a while. He only saw Chu Luiyue continuously throwing medicinal herbs into the cauldron, but he couldn't tell what she was going to do. Yuqi Song stroked his beard and muttered, "She's determined to win." Lu Xiao was confused. Yuqi Song glanced at Yi Ranran. "Ranran, do you see anything?" Yi Ranran thought for a moment and said, "It looks like she's going to refine a low-grade 5th-grade purple sun pill." Yuqi Song nodded in satisfaction. "You guessed right." Yi Ranran's talent as a celestial physician was indeed better than many people. That was why he could guess the results so keenly. Lu Xiao was shocked. A 5th-grade pill? Isn't junior sister a 4th-grade celestial physician? If she were to concoct a grade 4 pill, she basically has no chance of success. That's why she took the risk and tried to concoct a grade 5 pill. Yuqi Song sighed inwardly. This was the reason why he had said those words earlier. But can junior sister succeed? Although little junior sister was outstanding in all aspects, celestial physician refining medicine was different from the other 2 types of cultivation. In the Xian Master competition, she might be able to rely on luck. In a martial artist competition, they could also fight with their lives on the line. However, a celestial physician could only rely on pure strength. Because the process of refining pills was very complicated, the higher the grade of the pill, the more troublesome it was to refine. Not only did he have to process many medicinal herbs, he also had to pay attention to many minute details. If he was not careful, all his efforts would be wasted. During this process, he could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. Regardless of whether it was the method of refining medicine or the control of the flame, there was an extremely precise requirement. Chu Luiyue, was it really possible for her to forcefully refine a grade 5 medicinal pill? Yi Ranran said in a serious tone. "Senior brother Lu, I think Lu you can do it. I think Lu Yu's movements are much more skillful than mine." Actually, this was also what Yuqi Song was thinking. He looked at Chu Luiyue and saw that she clearly had many years of experience in refining medicine. She was very skilled. This was not something that could be explained by talent alone. Perhaps, the teacher she followed in the past was not an ordinary person? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The orange-red setting sun was like a blazing fireball, coating the clouds in the sky with a layer of warm color. At this time, Chu Luiyue had finally finished processing the hundreds of medicinal herbs. The next thing to do was to refine the pill. Chu Luiyue held her breath and concentrated, licking her pale and cracked lips. Based on her current strength, it was not that easy to refine a grade 5 medicinal pill. Therefore, she had to be very, very careful. Moreover, with her current strength, she could only refine it once. There would not be a second chance. She carefully fused the medicinal herbs in the cauldron bit by bit. Opposite her, Ning Jiqing noticed Chu Luiyue's movements and could not help but raise his head to take a look. When he saw that the flames in Chu Liuyue's cauldron had gathered together again, he could not help but frown again. Chu Liyue had actually started to refine the pill before him. He glanced at his cauldron. There were still a few medicinal herbs that had not been processed properly. This was like a resounding slap to his face. He tried his best to control his emotions and kept comforting himself in his heart. Perhaps Chu Liyue was blindly greedy and neglected many things. The biggest taboo in refining medicine was to be impatient for success. It did not matter if he was a little slower, as long as he was the winner in the end. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down and quickly finished processing the remaining medicinal herbs. Then, he finally started to refine the pill. Chu Liyue carefully fused the medicinal herbs. Although she had refined the purple sun pill many times in the past and had memorized the entire process by heart, but when it came to refining pills, she never had 100% confidence. Especially now that her strength was not enough, she had to be more careful. She stared at it and added a green liquid into it. Swish, an ear-piercing sound was suddenly heard. The cyan liquid began to emit white smoke. Not good. This medicinal herb was going to be ruined. More importantly, this was the critical moment of refining the pill. This time, she was afraid that the medicinal herbs next to it would be destroyed as well. Chu Liyue immediately separated a red flame and wanted to separate the green liquid. As a result, the liquid burned even more fiercely when it touched it. A burning smell wafted in the air. Chu Liyue's heart sank. Digression: go to sleep tomorrow at noon. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 640. Not good. Lu Yu's green frost fruit is going to be ruined. Yi Ranran exclaimed in a low voice and covered his mouth. His eyes were filled with worry. Most of the senior brothers and sisters around him were also celestial physicians. When they saw this situation, they naturally understood what it meant. Their faces were filled with worry. Lu Xiao couldn't help but say, could it be that junior sister is too anxious? If this medicine was ruined, it was very likely that it would lead to the failure of the entire pill formation. Yu Qisong's brows were tightly knitted. He clearly saw that Chu Liyue had failed because of a moment of carelessness. The green frost fruit was cold in nature. It couldn't be refined with flames that were too hot. The requirements for the fire were extremely high. Sometimes, even a real 5th-grade celestial physician might not be able to do it perfectly. In the beginning, Chu Liyue was doing well. Just now, she lost control for a moment and ended up like this. The 2 previous matches had indeed consumed too much of her force and energy. Now that she was trying to refine a pill, it was already extremely difficult. However, she still wanted to refine a 5th-grade pill that exceeded her own realm. It was already very difficult for her to hold on until now. I don't know if she'll be able to handle this crisis. The smell of burning spread. Ning Jiqing's heart skipped a beat as he looked up. The smell was coming from Chu Liyue's medicine cauldron. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that there was a problem with the green frost fruit. A 4th-grade celestial physician trying to refine a 5th-grade pill was already reckless, let alone the rather complicated purple sun pill. The purple sun pill was a low-grade 5th-grade pill. The herbs it needed were not many among the 5th-grade pills. Moreover, the refining time was relatively short. In other words, it consumed very little force. The previous 2 matches had already consumed a lot of Chu Liyue's energy. It was reasonable that she would choose the purple sun pill. However, she might have forgotten one thing: several of the herbs in the purple sun pill were extremely difficult to process. In order to refine the pill, one must have a sufficient understanding of these herbs and be skilled and precise in refining them. Otherwise, it would only end up as ashes. Ning Jiqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. With such a temperament, she would not be able to go far on the path of becoming a celestial physician. Chu Liyue's match was probably going to end here. Chu Liyue looked at the green liquid in the cauldron. Because of the high temperature, the edges of the juice had begun to show a dark gray color. Even if he could continue to form the pill, the final medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. Chu Liuyue's expression was calm as he lowered the temperature of the flame again. At the same time, he separated the green liquid from the other medicinal ingredients. However, a small portion of the azure frost fruit's juice had already merged into the other medicinal ingredients that were waiting to form the pill. This charred lump was obviously no longer usable. Chu Luyue simply poured out all the black juice and threw in another green frost fruit. Seeing her actions, the onlookers were all shocked. Is Chu Luyue crazy? She actually wants to refine another green frost fruit? But the previous lump has already been burned. It definitely can't be used, but didn't a portion of the azure frost fruit's juice already merge with the other medicinal ingredients and start to form the pill? Even if Chu Luyue can refine another pill now, can she guarantee that it will be the same as the previous one? You have to know that the azure frost fruit is extremely delicate. If the temperature is wrong, the time is wrong, the medicinal effect will be very different. 2 azure frost fruits. If she refined them together, it would be fine. But now that she's refining them separately, I'm afraid that the medicinal effect of the final pill won't be as pure. Those who had a little understanding of celestial physician disagreed with Chu Liuyue's actions. In their opinion, Chu Liuyue's half of the pill had already been destroyed and there was no way to make up for it. If she were to start over now, there would be more hope for her to refine a perfect purple sun pill. But obviously, she did not have the energy. Luyu actually wants to refine the azure frost fruit again. Yi Ranran's eyes were fixed on the situation on the field. His hands were clasped in front of him as if he was praying for something. Suddenly, her expression froze and her eyes widened in shock. No, no. Lu Xiao hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Ranran pointed at Chu Luyue on the field and stammered, "Luyu. Luyu wants to remove the portion of the azure frost fruit's juice that has already merged with the other medicinal ingredients." Lu Xiao was instantly stunned. What? Although his talent as a celestial physician wasn't as good as Yi Ranran's, he still understood what Yi Ranran meant. He immediately took a step forward and carefully looked at Chu Liuyue's medicinal cauldron. Within the burning crimson flames, many medicinal ingredients had already fused and formed a fist-sized ball. Taking a closer look, there was actually a flame that was flowing along the ball. Wherever the flame passed, drops of green juice would seep out of the ball and quickly evaporate. Lu Xiao was filled with shock. That was really the juice of the azure frost fruit. Chu Luyue actually wanted to forcefully remove it from the half-formed pill. "Little junior sister, are you crazy?" Lu Xiao swallowed the last few words with great difficulty. However, this sentence was already written all over his face. This was the first time Yi Ranran had seen such a situation. He couldn't help but look at Yuchi Song for help. Pavilion Master Lu Yu is. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yuchi Song's expression in a daze as if he had lost his mind. It was extremely difficult to separate the medicinal ingredients that had already merged with the half-formed pill. This was more than 10 times more difficult than processing the medicinal ingredients. This was because a portion of the medicinal strength had already begun to merge. In order to completely remove it, one had to control the flame at an absolutely exquisite temperature so that medicinal ingredient could be separated alone and not affect the medicinal strength of the other medicinal ingredients. This was like skinning the skin and scraping the bones. There was no room for error. In fact, most celestial physicians might not be able to do this even if they refined the same pill hundreds or even thousands of times. Only the true top geniuses, who had a natural talent for medicinal herbs and refining medicine, could do so. Chu Luyue was now refining a 5th-grade pill as a 4th-grade celestial physician. It was already very difficult, but she was actually so bold as to dare to do it so directly. Even Yuchi Song felt that this was simply too crazy. He was also a celestial physician and had cultivated for many years. However, he knew that when he was Chu Liuyue's age, he definitely didn't have the courage to do so. Although Ning Jiqing's level was higher, he might not be able to do it better than Chu Luyue. This was a genuine talent. There might not even be 1 in 1,000 celestial physicians. He had seen so many celestial physicians in his life, but only 2 people had such ability. One was his martial uncle. The other was half his disciple. Shengguan Yu. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 641. Chu Luiyue was doing two things at once. While refining the new green frost fruit, she was also removing the green frost fruit from the half-completed pill. The first part was still manageable, but the latter part was a meticulous job. Her eyes were fixed on it without blinking. She was highly focused, and fine beads of sweat kept appearing on her forehead. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Ning Jiqing didn't notice at first, but when he heard the noise around him, he realized that something was wrong. He was distracted and listened to a few words, but they were all about Chu Luiyue. Bang! He slapped his palms on the medicine cauldron, and the vigorous force poured into it again, and the flames rose. A pill was gradually condensing and taking shape. He heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did he look up at Chu Luiyue. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chu Luiyue. What was she doing? He was also a talented celestial physician, so even if he only took a quick glance from a distance, he could still sense that something was wrong. His hands on the medicine cauldron trembled slightly, and huge waves were set off in his heart. Chu Luiyue actually wanted to remove the green frost fruit that had already been integrated. How much confidence did she have to dare to do this? Boom! A ball of flames suddenly went out of control. Ning Jiqing was shocked and took half a step back. Only then did he realize that his distraction had caused the flames in the medicine cauldron to go berserk. He quickly retracted his thoughts and tried his best to control the flames. Fortunately, his actions weren't slow, so it didn't cause too much damage. The pill was still in the flames, and on the surface, it didn't seem to have any effect. However, Ning Jiqing's heart sank. During the pill formation process, such an unforeseen event was taboo. That momentary loss of control just now would definitely reduce the medicinal efficacy of this medicinal pill by quite a bit. Everything was fine at first. Ning Jiqing's expression became serious. He knew that he couldn't continue to be distracted. Otherwise, this pill might not be able to be formed. He took a deep breath, and stared at the pill that was shrinking in the flames, and carefully adjusted it. However, not long after, the scene that he had just seen flashed through his mind again. Chu Luiyue's face was pale and his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that he was exhausted. However, her movements were smooth and natural, as if she was not affected at all. More importantly, she was indeed precisely removing the azure frost fruit juice from the pill. Although he had only taken a glance just now, he could clearly see that the pill's shape was perfect, and its color was even richer and purer. Chu Luiyue was clearly about to succeed. Chi! Right at this moment, another sound resounded from the other side. Ning Jiqing couldn't help but look up. He saw Chu Luiyue burning the last drop of green frost fruit from the pill. At the same time, he slowly poured in the green juice that he had just refined. The pill spun slowly and quickly turned a jade green color. This time, the azure frost fruit had actually fused perfectly. Chu Luiyue did not dare to relax. He controlled the strength of the flame and carefully allowed the medicinal herbs to completely fuse. Following that, a thick medicinal fragrance suddenly pervaded the air. Chu Luiyue was overjoyed. It's done. The fragrance quickly spread in all directions. At the same time, an invisible wave erupted from the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The medicine cauldron vibrated. A clear and bright purple pattern slowly appeared on the surface of the green elixir. This movement, is Chu Luiyue about to succeed? Someone in the quiet crowd suddenly spoke. The pill has already been formed, the medicinal fragrance is so rich. It must be done. Looks like it's really a 5th grade pill. How did he do it just now? How come I've never heard that a pill that has already been fused can be separated again? Everyone spoke one after another. All of their words drilled into Ning Jiqing's ears. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. His mood was very complicated, and there was also a trace of panic and fear. With this chaos, another wave of fluctuation appeared in the flame in his medicine cauldron. He quickly retracted his gaze and stabilized it again. Suddenly, his gaze fixed. There seemed to be a crack on the pill. He carefully looked at it again to confirm that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. There was indeed a crack on the pill. Ning Jiqing's heart was in a mess, and his mind was blank. The purple sun pill that Chu Luiyue refined was a 5th-grade low-grade pill. The spirit-melting pill that he refined was also a 5th-grade low-grade pill. Now that Chu Luiyue had successfully reached the last step, from the rich medicinal fragrance, it must be perfect. However, a crack had appeared on his pill. In a hurry, he immediately fused the remaining medicinal herbs into it. At the same time, he crazily urged the flame to burn, trying to complete the crack. Buzz! An even louder vibration came from Chu Luiyue's medicine cauldron. Ning Jiqing clenched his teeth and madly poured his force into it again. The crack finally gradually healed. Soon after, a medicinal fragrance also spread out from his thawing spirit pill. Ning Jiqing's pill has also been refined. What kind of pill is that? Why does the smell seem to be slightly worse than Chu Luiyue's? It should be because he has just refined the pill, right? He is a genuine 5th-grade celestial physician. How can the pill refined by him be inferior to Chu Luiyue, a 4th-grade celestial physician? Ning Jiqing's heart seemed to be blocked by something, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Then, as if he was venting his anger, a stream of force gushed out from his palm and hit the medicine cauldron. Buzz! An even bigger wave surged out in all directions. Look! This movement is obviously bigger than Chu Luiyue's. I think Ning Jiqing will definitely win this time. I don't think so. Chu Luiyue's move just now was really amazing. Bang! Chu Luiyue clapped her hands lightly, and the purple sun pill flew into the jade box that she had already placed beside her. Click! The jade box was sealed. However, the air was still filled with the medicinal fragrance that lingered for a long time. Almost at the same time, Ning Jiqing also finished up and put the pill into his own jade box. Chu Luiyue's vision turned black. She could only support the medicine cauldron with one hand and let out a long breath. She closed her eyes and calmed down for a while. In order to refine this pill, she had really exhausted all her strength. At this moment, she did not have any strength left. On the other hand, although Ning Jiqing's expression did not look right, overall, he looked much better than Chu Luiyue. Zhang Hua closed his eyes and finally felt relieved. The corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smug smile. Even if Chu Luiyue had also refined a 5th-grade pill, with such a big accident in the middle, the product would definitely not be good. Ning Jiqing's pill would definitely be better than hers. This time, she would definitely win. Since both of them have refined their pills, let's decide the winner immediately. Chu Luiyue finished first, let's start with her. He could not wait to see the disappointed looks on the faces of those people in the Chongshu pavilion. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a faint smile. Sure. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 642. The judge walked to the center of the arena. Chu Luiyue stepped forward and handed over the jade box in his hand. The judge opened the box. A strong and fresh medicinal fragrance assailed his nose. His eyes lit up and he picked up the pill. On the round and glossy green pill, there were 5 clear and bright purple lines. The color of the 5th line was much lighter than the previous 4 lines, but the lines were smooth, clean, and pure. It was also of excellent quality. This is indeed a 5th-grade pill. The judge said affirmatively, looking at Chu Luiyue with a hint of admiration. Although it's a low-grade pill, the fragrance is pure and the color is pure. Very good, very good. He said very good twice, showing his recognition of Chu Luiyue's strength. The smile on Zhang Hua's face gradually stiffened. What did he mean? Chu Luiyue's pill seemed to be pretty good. The mess in the middle didn't affect the pill. Chu Luiyue respectfully thanked the judge. The judge glanced at Yuchi Song and smiled. Old Song, you're lucky to have such an outstanding disciple. He was also a celestial physician, so he naturally understood how rare Chu Liyue's talent was. He heard that Chu Liyue had chosen the Chongshu Pavilion herself. He had easily taken in a good seedling that others couldn't even ask for. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yuchi Song smiled and cupped his hands, finally feeling relieved. When Chu Liyue refined the purple sun pill, he was surprised and happy, but he didn't dare to be sure. Now, it seemed that the twists and turns in the middle were just scares without danger. Everything was progressing very smoothly. Chu Liyue had indeed successfully refined the purple sun pill. And it looked very perfect. Then, the judge looked at Ning Jiqing. Ning Jiqing stood in the same place, holding the jade box tightly with both hands. His eyes were empty, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ning Jiqing? The judge called. Only then did Ning Jiqing regain his senses. He held his breath nervously and walked forward with stiff steps. Those who could become the judges of the great sect competition were all top experts of the Tianling dynasty. This person was no exception. I wonder if he'll notice anything. This was his first time doing something like this, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After a few steps, his forehead was already covered in sweat, and his face was a little pale. When he handed the jade box over, his fingers were trembling slightly. This is the thawing spirit pill that I refined. Please examine it. Judge glanced at him. Are you all right? Ning Jiqing shook his head and forced a smile. Junior is fine. Chu Liyue was standing at the side. Although Ning Jiqing said that he was fine, his eyes were staring at the jade box, as if he was worried about something. Chu Liyue followed his line of sight and looked over thoughtfully. The judge had already opened the box and took out the thawing spirit pill. It was a blue pill with 5 red veined patterns on it. Just like Chu Liyue, the 5th pattern on his pill was obviously fainter than the previous ones. The judge examined it carefully. Ning Jiqing's entire body tensed up, and he was extremely tormented. This thawing spirit pill is also a 5th grade pill. Down. The judge looked hesitant, but in the end, he could only smile helplessly. These 2 pills are of the same grade, and they were both refined very successfully. It's really difficult to tell who's better. So, this round is a draw. Ning Jiqing's heart relaxed, and his back was immediately drenched in cold sweat, as if he had come back to life. A draw. A draw is good too. It's better than losing. He didn't want to face the same outcome as Xie Lingyang. Everyone else was stunned as well. It's actually a draw? Both sides have been fighting fiercely for so long, but in the end, it's a draw? What kind of result is this? The Chongshu Pavilion and the 9-Star Alliance can't be the 4 major sects, right? This is impossible. A voice filled with anger was heard. Chu Liyue turned around to look. Zhang Hua was walking over with an agitated expression. This is impossible. Chu Liyue is a 4th grade celestial physician, and Ning Jiqing is a 5th grade. He's a grade higher than her. How can the 2 of them refine pills of the same grade? The judge's expression was slightly cold. Are you questioning my judgment? Zhang Hua choked. No matter how presumptuous he was, he couldn't do something like contradicting the judge in public. But this draw, he absolutely couldn't accept it. There must be something wrong with Chu Liyue's pill. He pointed the spearhead at Chu Liyue. When she was refining the pill just now, she once ruined a medicinal ingredient. Everyone at the scene saw it clearly. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to complete the pill, let alone refine a high-grade pill. After hearing this, the judge only felt that it was very laughable. Zhang Hua wasn't a celestial physician, so he said such ignorant words. You're wrong. It's precisely because Chu Liyue made a mistake in the middle that she was able to successfully refine the pill in the end that it proves her talent and strength. Given a little more time, it wouldn't be a problem for her to completely surpass Ning Jiqing. But Zhang Hua still refused to believe it. He didn't dare to go against the judge directly, so he looked at Chu Luiyue and coldly questioned, Chu Luiyue, if you really have a clear conscience, do you dare to take out the pill and carefully examine it again? Zhang Hua. Don't you dare make irresponsible remarks and slander her. Yuqi Song also walked over with a sullen expression. The result of the competition is out, who are you questioning? Zhang Hua sneered, if there's nothing wrong with her, what's there to be afraid of? If she doesn't dare, it proves that she's guilty. This draw, she doesn't deserve it. Who says I don't dare? Chu Luiyue took a step forward and gave Yuqi Song a comforting look. She smiled and looked at Ning Jiqing. However, if my pill needs to be re-examined, for the sake of fairness, Ning Jiqing's has to be included. The last trace of blood on Ning Jiqing's face faded in an instant. Digression. At 7 p.m., a wave of mobile users. Please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 643. No. He blurted out and was about to refuse. But Zhang Hua had already agreed. Let's do it together. When we find out that there's something wrong with your pill, we'll determine that you've lost this match. Chu Luiyue looked at Ning Jiqing meaningfully and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then. What if we find out that there's something wrong with Ning Jiqing's pill? Should we also determine that you've lost? Zhang Hua sneered. There's definitely nothing wrong with his pill. Ning Jiqing was a recognized celestial physician genius. He had been a member of the 9-Star Alliance for 3 years. Everyone was well aware of his strength. If Zhang Hua didn't have enough confidence in him, he wouldn't have let him go last. Hearing this, Ning Jiqing's face turned even paler. His body suddenly swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Judge asked. Ning Jiqing, what's wrong with you? If you're not feeling well, go and rest first. Chu Luiyue smiled. Yes. Anyway, this pill will be checked again. We don't need to worry about the process. Ning Jiqing shook his head and finally gathered his courage. He whispered to Zhang Hua. Leader, I think there shouldn't be anything wrong with Chu Luiyue's pill. Why don't we just forget about it? What are you talking about? Zhang Hua looked at him disapprovingly. You're actually speaking up for Chu Luiyue? Do you still remember that you're a disciple of the 9-Star Alliance? This time, we have to investigate. A tie, absolutely impossible. Besides, if you weren't so incompetent, why would there be so much trouble? Ning Jiqing was reprimanded, and his face turned red and white. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If they really investigated thoroughly, he didn't know if there was anything wrong with Chu Luiyue's pill, but his trick would definitely be discovered. Leader, if it's a tie, why don't we have another match? I think there's really no need to investigate this. I believe in Senior's judgment. He tried to use judge to persuade Zhang Hua. But now that Zhang Hua had made up his mind, how could he possibly listen to him? Instead, it was Ning Jiqing's repeated dissuasion that made him somewhat suspicious of him. Under Zhang Hua's stern gaze, Ning Jiqing's heart gradually sank to the bottom. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. Right now, he could only hope that his pills wouldn't be found out. Yuqi Song looked at Chu Luiyue with heartache. Luiyue, are you tired? Why don't you go to the side and rest first? Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows and smiled. Thank you, master, but this examination won't take too long. I want to see it with my own eyes. The judge held the 2 pills in his hands. In his left hand was Chu Luiyue's Xiang pill, while in his right hand was Ning Jiqing's Rongling pill. He first took out Chu Luiyue's pill, and carefully examined it again. Then, he brought it to his nose and sniffed it. Tap! He snapped his fingers, and an orange flame instantly appeared on his fingertips. The flames quickly spread and soon enveloped his entire palm. At the same time, it also swallowed the Xiang pill. A moment later, the 5 lines on the Xiang pill suddenly moved. It was like ripples on a calm lake, neat and regular. He withdrew the flame, and the lines on the Xiang pill shook slightly and settled down again. There's nothing wrong with this Xiang pill, the judge said with certainty. Zhang Hua opened his mouth, and there was still a trace of doubt and disbelief in his eyes. But when the judge examined it just now, he also saw it clearly. Although he was not a celestial physician, he also knew that the purer the medicinal power of the pill, the better the effect of the pill. When burned with fire, the lines on the pill would surge more neatly. There was absolutely no way to fake this. Therefore, this also proved that Chu Liuyue's pill was indeed a real 5th-grade pill. Zhang Hua frowned and glanced at Chu Liyue. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Yuqi Song stepped forward and stared at Zhang Hua with a gaze as sharp as a knife. What do you have to say now? As the leader of the 9-Star Alliance, you slandered a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion for no reason. Zhang Hua, shouldn't you apologize? Zhang Hua was very embarrassed. You want me to apologize to Chu Liyue? Dream on. I just raised a reasonable doubt. I didn't really do anything. Besides, hasn't everything been confirmed? Elder Song, you are the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion. You are a respected senior. Why do you have to make such a fuss and be so unforgiving? Yuqi Song was so angry that he laughed. I'm unforgiving? Weren't you the one who started this matter? Everyone here can see clearly what's right and what's wrong. Besides, Lu Yu is my disciple. How dare you bully him in front of me? If I let it go, people will think that the Chongshu Pavilion is easy to bully and that anyone can behave atrociously on our heads. Since the accident that happened more than a year ago in the Chongshu Pavilion, Yuqi Song had been enduring and rarely had such a big conflict with others. His attitude today was so tough that it was obvious that he was serious. Under Wei Qi Song's cold stare, Zhang Hua's imposing manner was inexplicably reduced. He coughed and said, "Let's just say that I misunderstood." Without waiting for Yuqi Song to speak, he continued, "But the more important problem now is that this match is a draw, which means that the winner has not been decided between our two sections. I think it's time for another match." Today's match was related to the position of the 4 major sections. How could it end in a draw? Zhang Hua was full of confidence. In any case, the 9-Star Alliance still had a trump card. As for the Chongshu Pavilion, Chang Wanzhou and Chu Liyue had already gone on stage. Especially Chu Liyue, it was impossible for him to participate in any other competition. The Chongshu Pavilion didn't have any disciples that could be sent out. With another match, the 9-Star Alliance would definitely win, whether it was a martial artist, Xian master, or celestial physician. Wait a minute. Chu Liyue suddenly spoke and raised his chin with a faint smile. We haven't checked Ning Jiqing's pills yet. President Zhang, you don't have to be so anxious. It won't be too late to talk about this when the results are out. Zhang Hua sneered. There's definitely no problem with his pills. There's no point in you guys stalling for time. Chu Liyue smiled without saying anything and looked at the judge. Ning Jiqing didn't say a word. He stood there stiffly and avoided eye contact. The judge returned the purple sun pill to Chu Liyue and began to check Ning Jiqing's thawing spirit pill. He looked around and sniffed it again. It was the same as before. There was no problem. Then, he summoned the orange-red flame in his palm again. The thawing spirit pill was immediately enveloped by the flame. Soon, the patterns on it began to fluctuate. The first few flashes were normal, but the 5th one was slightly slower. Although it was only a moment, it was very obvious because the patterns were fluctuating in different directions. Zhang Hua's expression suddenly froze. The judge's brows also suddenly furrowed. If this was the case, he moved his fingertips, and the flames suddenly burned more fiercely than before. The 5 patterns on it were even more chaotic. Then, crack! The thawing spirit pill suddenly exploded. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 644. The commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone around looked over. Some of the people who were standing further away even tiptoed and stuck their heads out to look. What's wrong? What's wrong? What was that sound just now? It seems like Ning Jiqing's pill exploded. What does that mean? What else could it mean? There's something wrong with his pill. There must be something wrong during the refining process, causing the pill's medicinal power to be modeled. That's why it exploded in such a situation. Did you see that? There's a big crack on the pill. Haha. I didn't expect that the one with the problem wasn't Chu Luiyue, but Ning Jiqing. This time, the 9-Star Alliance has shot themselves in the foot. Originally, they could have gotten a draw, but now it's like this. Isn't this a sure loss? Noises of discussion could be heard from all directions. The 9-Star Alliance members were all stunned. Zhang Hua was also stunned. Ning Jiqing's face was pale, and he closed his eyes in despair. Sure enough. He still couldn't avoid it. There's something wrong with this pill. Judge withdrew the flame. The soul-thawing pill lay quietly in his palm. A clear crack could be seen on it, and the edge of the crack seemed to be slightly charred. This pill couldn't withstand a single blow, and it didn't last long under his inspection before it was reduced to this state. There should have been a problem with your pill long ago. You forced the last few herbs into it and tried to cover up the mistake, right? Judge's expression was serious as he asked in a deep voice. Ning Jiqing's lips trembled. He didn't dare to say yes or no. Seeing this, what else did the crowd not understand? He had been guilty for a long time. No wonder he kept dissuading Zhang Hua. It turned out that he wanted to avoid exposing himself. Unfortunately, Zhang Hua was determined to trample on Chongshu Pavilion. He was so stubborn that he didn't even listen to half a word. In the end, they pushed themselves into the water. Looking at the damaged pill in his hand, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it was really because of his mistake that the outcome of this match was mixed up, then he would really be ashamed and wouldn't know how to face the crowd. He didn't notice it the first time because he wasn't meticulous enough and Ning Jiqing's disguise was too good. Now that he thought about it, he really blushed in shame. Thinking of this, he apologized to Yuqi Song and Chu Luiyue. I'm really sorry. I almost misjudged and caused you to miss out on victory. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. You're too polite. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that things would turn out this way. Many thanks to you. The judge looked at Zhang Hua and said ambiguously, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Alliance Master Zhang. If it wasn't for his insistence on a new inspection, I wouldn't have discovered these problems. I was almost fooled by them. These words were like a stick that fiercely hit Zhang Hua's head. His vision went black, and his body swayed. He almost lost his balance. He had seen the scene just now clearly, and he had also heard what they had said clearly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and it was wildly reverberating. There was something wrong with Ning Jiqing's pill. Ning Jiqing had lost. The 9-Star Alliance had lost. The position of the 4 major sects still belonged to the Chongshu Pavilion. All their previous efforts had been in vain. He abruptly turned around and kicked Ning Jiqing out. Look at what you've done. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, Ning Jiqing fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Alliance Master. I know my mistake. Zhang Hua still hadn't vented his anger. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ning Jiqing's collar, and lifted him up. What's the use of knowing your mistake? Ning Jiqing, I think you're tired of living. Bang! Ning Jiqing was thrown to the ground again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. The judge finally opened his mouth and said indifferently, Alliance Master Zhang, what are you doing? He tried to hide the fact that there was something wrong with his pill and tried to get away with it. However, he's still a disciple of the 9-Star Alliance. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to be so ruthless, does it? Zhang Hua's chest heaved violently. Inappropriate? He even had the urge to kill Ning Jiqing now. He took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of anger in his heart. Hurry up and take him away. What a disgrace. Immediately, two people rushed up and carried Ning Jiqing away. The onlookers looked at each other. Although Ning Jiqing was in the wrong, Zhang Hua doing so was also a little too heartless. No matter what, he was still one of the outstanding disciples of the Nine-Star Alliance. Today, he lost to Chu Luiyue by accident, and he was treated like this. It was clear that Zhang Hua was selfish and ruthless. If such a sect really became one of the four major sects, it wouldn't be a good thing. The judge looked around and said in a low voice, "The 9th Celestial Physician Competition, Chu Luiyue wins." At the same time, after combining all 27 matches, the Chongshu Pavilion is the winner. The Nine-Star Alliance has failed the challenge, and the Chongshu Pavilion continues to occupy the position of one of the four major sects. He cupped his hands at Yuchi Song and smiled. "Congratulations, old Song." Yuchi Song returned the greeting, but she was still in a dream. "We won just like that. Our position was saved. That's great." Lu Xiao and the others reacted for a moment and immediately shouted in joy and excitement. "Little junior sister. You're amazing." Everyone ran over and surrounded Chu Luiyue and Yuchi Song with big smiles on their faces. "Little junior sister won. We won. Ha ha ha." Previously, someone said that our Chongshu Pavilion couldn't take it anymore and wanted to replace it. In the end, didn't we still lose? That's right. If you don't have the ability, don't think so much. Otherwise, you'll only become a laughing stock. Tisk, if I were from the Nine-Star Alliance, I really wouldn't have the face to continue staying here. My face really hurts. It was lively here, but the Nine-Star Alliance's side was miserable. It was completely different from the arrogance and presumptuousness they had when they came. Who would have thought that things would develop like this? It had been fine all along. In the end, the Chongshu Pavilion actually won the last 4 matches. They turned defeat into victory. In fact, 3 of the matches were won by Chu Luiyue alone. What a monster. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the other major sections. When they found out that the Chongshu Pavilion relied on Chang Wanzhou and Chu Luiyue to turn the tide and finally retain their position, everyone had different reactions. Looks like Chu Luiyue didn't win first place in the Wanjing competition by luck. I don't know what kind of luck the Chongshu Pavilion had to be able to come back from the dead. The Nine-Star Alliance's efforts were in vain. With these 2 seedlings, the Chongshu Pavilion will have a lot to look forward to in the future. Digression, let's continue after dinner. There are still 2 updates today, so everyone can watch them together later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 645. Alliance Master, what should we do now? The atmosphere on the Nine-Star Alliance's side was tense. Almost no one dared to speak. Only an old man mustered up the courage to step forward and speak carefully. Zhang Hua clenched his teeth. They had already lost. What else could they do? If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have made such an unnecessary move. They would have restarted the match. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Let's go. He waved his sleeves fiercely, turned around, and left quickly. The Nine-Star Alliance hurriedly followed, leaving dejectedly under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. After leaving the crowd, Zhang Hua turned around to look. Chu Luiyue raised her head as if she sensed something and raised her eyebrows slightly. Zhang Hua said hatefully. Chu Luiyue, just you wait. You won't be so smug every time. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly, her eyes curved. It's always good to be smug. It's better than being disappointed every time. Zhang Hua was so choked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wrapped in anger, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Before long, the Nine-Star Alliance members had all left Square Ravine. Only countless sighs from the crowd were left. The matches of the other 3 groups also ended one after another. Unsurprisingly, the winners were still the same few groups. After going around in circles, the positions of the four major sects were still occupied by the same four groups. However, the three groups from Holy Flame Palace who lost the match weren't as flustered and exasperated as the Nine-Star Alliance. They had long known that with the foundation and strength of their own sects, there was no way they could be compared to those from Dragon Teeth Mountain. It was normal for them to lose. And the Chongshu Pavilion, which they had thought was bound to lose, actually turned the tables at the last moment and stabilized its position. This was very surprising to them. At the same time, they also felt somewhat fortunate. Even the Nine-Star Alliance lost, let alone them. Fortunately, they weren't the ones competing against the Chongshu Pavilion today. Otherwise, they would really be as humiliated as the Nine-Star Alliance. But this also gave them a warning. The current Chongshu Pavilion seemed to be an empty shell, but in fact, they couldn't underestimate it. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. With the painful lesson of the Nine-Star Alliance, it was better for them to behave themselves. The great sect meeting ended just like that. The news quickly spread throughout Xiling City. Among them, what happened between the Chongshu Pavilion and the Nine-Star Alliance was a hot topic. In particular, the news of Chang Wanzhou defeating his opponent in 2 moves and Chu Luiyue fighting 3 matches in a row and turning the tide of the battle spread like wildfire. Those who had previously thought that Chu Luiyue had won first place in the Wanjing competition by luck had also changed their views. Chu Luiyue was already quite famous in West Hill, and now he was even more famous. For a moment, the limelight was unparalleled. In the palace, Huayang Hall. 2 palace maids were standing under an osmanthus tree, whispering to each other. "Hey, do you think that Chu Luiyue is really that powerful? How can he win 3 matches in a row if he's not powerful?" To a large extent, the Chongshu Pavilion was able to maintain its position as one of the 4 major sects because of him. Didn't they say that he came from an ordinary background and his cultivation base wasn't high? Who knows if he's hiding his cultivation base? Even if he isn't, he's indeed very powerful. When she had just arrived, she had already defeated a rank 5 warrior as a rank 3 warrior, and more than once. Also, how long has he been in West Hill? Less than 2 months, right? He broke through from a rank 3 warrior to the peak of rank 4. This speed. I really can't be envious. That's true, not to mention 3 cultivators, all of them are very outstanding. There aren't many all-rounders like him in West Hill. Back then, Her Highness was also like this. Shoo, are you courting death? How dare you mention that person? Be careful not to let the 3rd princess hear. One of the palace maids hurriedly patted the other woman's arm and said anxiously. The woman who was hit hugged her arm in pain and said disapprovingly, "The 3rd princess went to Qingfeng Hall today and won't be back for 2 hours. What are you talking about?" A faint but cold female voice suddenly came from behind the 2 of them. The 2 women hurriedly turned around and immediately knelt down in horror when they saw who it was. Long live the 3rd princess. Shang Wanwan was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress. Her hair was combed and her makeup was exquisite. Her posture was noble. Chan Yi was standing by the side supporting her. "Just now, I seem to have heard that you were talking about my eldest sister?" Shang Wanwan's gaze swept across their faces as she asked indifferently. This servant knows his mistake. "3rd princess, please forgive us this time." The 2 palace maids kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. Their foreheads smashed heavily on the stone road, and soon, blood was seen. Shang Wanwan lowered her eyes and looked at her freshly dyed nail polish without any expression on her face. It's a serious crime to talk about a master in private. Furthermore, you're talking about my eldest sister, so your crime is even more unforgivable. Chan Yi, this servant is here. Chase them out of the palace and forbid them from entering again. Yes. The 2 palace maids were greatly alarmed by these words. They cried as they begged. "3rd princess, we truly know our mistake. Please don't chase us out." They had served in Huayang Palace for quite some time and had heard many rumors. For example, those palace maids who had been chased out of the palace because they had offended the 3rd princess didn't even leave the palace gates. They had silently disappeared from the palace. It went without saying what awaited them. This was why the two of them were frantically begging for mercy. Chan Yi shot a glance at two nearby eunuchs. Soon, several people rushed over and dragged the two palace maids away with their mouths covered. The cries gradually faded. Chan Yi said, "Third princess, don't worry. Don't worry, third princess. They will never appear before you again." It was only then that a trace of impatience appeared in Sheng Wanwan's eyes. "Have them clean up. Don't worry." Sheng Wanwan began to walk toward her sleeping quarters. After taking a few steps, she finally couldn't help but ask, "What happened? What's going on with the assembly?" Chani gave her a simple explanation of what had happened. The palace had never participated in such matters, but they knew everything that they should know. As she listened, Sheng Wanwan's expression gradually turned cold. "That's about it. Now, everyone in Xiling City is talking about it," Chan Yi said. Sheng Wanwan suddenly sneered. "She's getting more and more powerful. She's only been in Xiling for a month, and she's really in the limelight." Chan Yi lowered her head and didn't say anything. "I didn't know that she was a triple cultivator. What a coincidence. Could it be that everyone with the word "you" in their name is like this?" Chu Luiyue was quite similar to her short-lived elder sister. Whether it was her talent, name, or appearance. As a result, every time she thought about it, she would feel as if a thorn had pierced her heart. Speaking of which, even I am ashamed of my inferiority to such an outstanding talent. Chan Yi said. "How can a lowly person like her be mentioned in the same breath as you, third princess?" Sheng Wanwan walked to the door of the bedroom, and the moment she stepped in, she suddenly stopped. "Go and invite her into the palace. Tell her I admire her very much and want to invite her to the palace." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 646. The third princess invited me into the palace? Chu Luiyue looked up in surprise, and her face was filled with shock. Yes. The third princess heard that Miss Chu turned the tide at the sect competition and is very impressed with your outstanding strength. Therefore, she wants to invite you into the palace for a chat. Chani crossed her hands over her abdomen and said word by word. Even in this Chongshu pavilion, she was still as respectful, serious, and well-behaved as she was in the palace. Many thoughts flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind. She was wondering how to get close to those people back then when Sheng Wanwan took the initiative to invite her into the palace. It was obvious that she didn't do this out of so-called admiration, but because of another motive. Actually, when they were in Thousand View Garden, Chu Luiyue had purposely aroused Sheng Wanwan's suspicion. Every frown and smile of hers was exactly like how she was in the past. It wasn't just to make Sheng Wanwan uneasy, but also to plant a seed of suspicion in her heart. She didn't expect that Sheng Wanwan would be unable to sit still after a month. The sect competition had just ended the day before yesterday, and Sheng Wanwan had sent Chani over early this morning. Her patience didn't seem to be as good as before. It's Lu Luiyue's honor to receive the third princess's sincere invitation. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. Her face was filled with curiosity and excitement. She seemed to be overwhelmed by the favor, but was trying her best to control herself. "May I know the time set by the third princess? If it's convenient for Miss Chu, please follow this servant back to the palace today." "Today?" Chu Luiyue seemed to be hesitant. "Yes, I don't have anything to do today, but isn't it inappropriate to enter the palace without making any preparations?" Chani's gaze quickly swept across Chu Luiyue's face. A trace of disdain appeared in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She was still polite. "Miss Chu, you don't have to worry about that. The third princess thinks highly of you, so she naturally won't care about this." The worry on Chu Luiyue's face dissipated, and she revealed a relieved and happy smile. "Then I'm relieved. Then I'll have to trouble you. Miss Chu, please." Chu Luiyue had just walked out of the main entrance of the hall with Chani when Yi Ranran and Chang Wanzhou, who had been waiting nervously outside, looked over. In fact, the door wasn't closed, so they could clearly hear the conversation between Chu Luiyue and Wang Yao from the outside. Yi Ranran stepped forward and asked hesitantly, "What's the matter? Luyu, are you really going to the palace?" Chu Luiyue smiled. "That's right, the third princess personally sent someone to invite him, which shows her sincerity. I'll be right back. Don't worry." Shangguanwan's move was so public. Even if she really wanted to do something, she wouldn't choose this time. Shangguanwan was smart enough to do that. Yi Ranran quickly glanced at Chan Yi. For some reason, she felt that there was something wrong with this palace maid. Even though she didn't look like there was anything wrong with her, there was something about her that made people uncomfortable and uneasy. "All right. Come back soon then." Chu Luiyue smiled and pinched her round face. "Got it." This little girl thought that she had hidden it very well, but in reality, her thoughts were written all over her face. She looked at Chang Wanzhou. The two of them looked at each other. Chu Luiyue shook her head slightly. She knew that Chang Wanzhou wanted to go with her. However, that was obviously not appropriate. "Little Zhou, remember to use the pills I gave you previously. I'll take your pulse when I get back." Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips and finally nodded. At that moment, Yuchi Song suddenly walked over. "Greetings, Pavilion Master Yuchi." Chani bowed respectfully. Yuchi Song smiled. "Luyu, I'll go down the mountain with you." Chu Luiyue asked curiously. "You're going to the palace too?" Yuchi Song shook his head. "No. I'm going to the Jiang residence." Chani's eyes flickered. Chu Luiyue immediately understood. Yuchi Song was planning to continue investigating Jiang Yucheng. Whether it was because of the Chaos Essence gravel or the Zither room, he seemed to have already determined that Jiang Yucheng had done something and was planning to bite him to death. "I'm afraid Jiang Yucheng won't have an easy time in the future." She smiled and looked at Chani. "Miss Chani, you don't mind if Master goes down the mountain with us, right?" Chani said. "Of course not. Pavilion Master Yuchi, Miss Chu, please." After the three of them left Qingyuan Mountain, they walked together for a while before finally parting ways. Chu Luiyue and Chani headed towards the palace while Yuchi Song went to the Jiang residence. Walking on the wide and clean Imperial Street in front of the palace gate, they looked up and saw the majestic Imperial City. The dignified and solemn palace stood in front of them. The bright yellow eaves shimmered under the sunlight. The fine eaves fluttered, and 9 beasts squatted on them. Noble, solemn, and sacred. Chu Luiyue's expression was calm, but her heart was in turmoil. This was the place she was most familiar with. She was born here and died here. It had once shone with boundless radiance, glorious and noble. She had also been tortured and bled inch by inch. His entire life was buried here with unforgettable pain. Now, she was finally back. She would finally step through this threshold again. Chani took a few steps and realized that Chu Luiyue wasn't following her. She turned around and saw her staring at the palace gate and palace in a daze. She frowned slightly as impatience flashed across her eyes. "Miss Chu? We should go in." Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze. His black jade-like eyes were deep and bright. She nodded slightly and walked forward. Digression, that's all for today. Update at noon tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 647. Chu Luiyue followed Chani through the door at the side and headed straight for Huayang Palace. It was already late winter, and the wind was cold. When it blew on one's face, it felt like a knife was cutting. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue felt a chill between her brows. She looked up. Pure white snowflakes were falling. It was snowing. The two of them walked forward. When they reached Huayang Palace, there was already a thin layer of snow on the smooth limestone floor. Seeing Chani return, the palace servants bowed. Many people's gazes landed on Chu Luiyue. They had already received news that the third princess would invite Chu Luiyue over today. This person must be the one. Previously, they had only heard rumors. Now that they saw her in person, they realized that those rumors were somewhat credible. At the very least, her peerlessly beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament were indeed worthy of her name. Chani walked forward. Third princess, young lady Chu is here. A gentle voice came from inside. Why aren't you inviting her in? Chani bowed to Chu Luiyue. Young lady Chu, please. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly and followed her in. Since a long time ago, Huayang Palace had been Shangguanwan's sleeping palace. Among the many palaces in the palace, Huayang Palace was very inconspicuous. Whether it was its size, location, or construction, it was at most average. Shangguanwan's birth mother had a low status, and she was not valued. When she was young, she had been bullied a lot. Later on, Chu Luiyue saw how pitiful she was and sympathized with her. She often spoke up for her in front of her father. Shangguanwan's situation improved, and she moved to Huayang Palace. Although Huayang Palace could not compare to Chu Luiyue's sleeping palace, it was already a great improvement for the Shangguanwan back then. Chu Luiyue thought that she would move to another place after taking power. She did not expect that she would still be here. However, Huayang Palace had been renovated. Judging from the surrounding scenery and decorations, it must have cost a lot of money. A graceful figure walked out from behind the screen. She had a pretty face and a smile on her lips. She seemed to have a hint of spring in her eyes, but there was a hint of nobility and alienation between her brows. It was Shangguanwan. Chu Luiyue glanced at her and curtsied. Lu Yu greets third princess. Shangguanwan stepped forward to support him and said with a smile, "Get up quickly. Today, this imperial concubine invited you here because there are some matters that this imperial concubine wishes to consult you on. There is no need to be so courteous." Although she said this, her shoulders were straight and she was still 3 steps away from Chu Luiyue. She didn't have the slightest intention of asking her to be excused. Chu Luiyue had seen such petty tricks too many times in the past, so he didn't care at all. After curtsying, he stood up and smiled at Shangguanwan. "Thank you, third princess." Shangguanwan was stunned for a moment, and her movements froze for a moment. The last time they met, there was still some distance between them, so she couldn't see her clearly. Now that she was standing so close, she could see her face clearly. This face. When she smiles, it really looks like. Shangguanwan felt a trace of disgust in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She only smiled and sat down on the main seat. "Miss Chu, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Chan Yi walked behind Shangguanwan to serve her. Chu Luiyue didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking her, she sat down at the side. Others might be afraid of Shangguanwan's identity, but she wasn't. Shangguanwan was speechless when she saw her being so carefree. After pausing for a moment, she found an excuse to speak. "Miss Chu, I've heard about the sect competition. Miss Chu's talent is really enviable." Chu Luiyue smiled. "Compared to the third princess, what is Lu Yu's talent? I heard that you were already a rank 7 warrior 2 years ago. How can Lu Yu compare?" Shangguanwan's heart felt stifled. She was indeed a rank 7 warrior 2 years ago, but ever since that incident, her Yuan meridian had been destroyed, and no matter what method she used, she couldn't recover. She was no different from a cripple. Chu Luiyue's words were like a stab to her heart. She forced a smile and took a sip of tea to hide the coldness on her face. Chu Luiyue had a faint smile on her face, and her expression was sincere. That's right, there were only 3 people who knew about her physical condition, including herself. How could Chu Luiyue know? "My eldest sister passed away more than a year ago. I'd been sad for a long time and fell seriously ill. Until now, I still can't sleep well and inevitably neglect my cultivation. I've embarrassed myself in front of Miss Chu." Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. The third princess's eldest sister should be the former crown princess, right? It seems that you have a very deep relationship with her. Every time you mention her, you feel very sad. Of course. I've been with my eldest sister since I was young. Our relationship is naturally incomparable. Shang Wanwan put down the teacup and made a soft sound as she looked at Chu Luiyue. Miss Chu, please don't take it to heart. It's just that you look a little similar to my eldest sister, so every time I see you, I think of her. But speaking of which, Miss Chu seems to have heard some rumors about my eldest sister. Chu Luiyue's expression was normal. Actually, I've only heard a few words from young Master Jian. Shang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Oh. Jian Fengqi? What did he say to you? Chu Luiyue smiled carelessly. When young Master Jian first met me, he also said that I looked a little similar to an old friend of his. He also mentioned a few small things that happened between them. I only found out that the person he was talking about was the crown princess after I came to West Hill. Chu Luiyue didn't hesitate to push the blame to Jian Fengqi. Shang Wanwan would definitely be suspicious of Jian Fengqi, but she couldn't possibly confront Jian Fengqi because of this. In the past, Jian Fengqi and Shang Wanwan's relationship wasn't bad, but now. Chu Luiyue didn't know what happened between the two, but it was obvious that their relationship wasn't as good as it used to be. Jian Fengqi had always been carefree and self-centered. If he hated someone, he definitely wouldn't be nice to them. It was like this for the former Shang Guanyu, and it was naturally even more so for Shang Wanwan. I see. It's not strange that he would tell you this because he always had a good relationship with my elder sister. After she passed away, he also grieved for a long time. Shang Wanwan looked down and said slowly, "It's fine." Chu Luiyue was stunned. Jian Fengqi grieved for her? How was that possible? Back then, the two of them hated each other. Jian Fengqi would go against her whenever he had the chance and caused her a lot of trouble. She didn't expect, "Forget it, let's not talk about that. I heard that you came from country Yaochen outside Heaven's Canopy, right?" Chu Luiyue nodded. Shang Wanwan looked at her, smiling faintly as she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. She asked casually, "I heard that you were born with a damaged yuan meridian and only officially stepped onto the path of cultivation a year ago. I'm a little curious, how did your yuan meridian recover?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 648. So it was because of this. Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. That's right. Back then, she had destroyed Shang Wanwan's yuan meridian while she was at it. Even now, she had yet to recover. How could she not be anxious? The power of the Tianjing yuan meridian was extremely terrifying. The damage it caused was permanent. Not to mention Shang Wanwan, even Shang Guanyu at her peak might not be able to do it. Shang Wanwan did not dare to publicize this matter, but she definitely had a celestial physician she trusted in private. More than a year had passed, but she still had not made any progress. It was obvious that she had tried everything to no avail. If she had not been forced into a corner, Shang Wanwan would not have summoned her to the palace in such a hurry. So this is what the third princess wanted to ask. Actually, this matter is a long story. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes, as if recalling something. I was indeed born with a damaged yuan meridian. I had seen countless celestial physicians, but none of them could cure me. Until one day, I was kidnapped and brought to the forest outside the imperial capital. There, I accidentally met a mysterious person. I did not know who that person was, nor did I see his face. The other party only gave me a pill and a prescription. After I ate the pill, I followed the prescription to get the medicine and took it on time. Not long after, the yuan meridian in my body returned to normal. After that, I wanted to find that mysterious person and thank him personally, but I was unable to find him. Gradually, I put this matter aside. After hearing this, Shang Wanwan's first reaction was disbelief. That's it? Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded. That's it. Shang Guanwan's eyes turned cold. Could it be such a coincidence that when Chu Luiyue was being plotted against, she was saved by a peak expert? That person had met her by chance, but had taken the initiative to help her recover her Yuan Meridian? And after this matter, that person disappeared without a trace? Then, what was that person after? Shang Guanwan didn't believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world. She did not believe a single word of Chu Luiyue's explanation. But this kind of thing, other than the person involved, no one else knew. If Chu Luiyue was unwilling to say anything, then there was nothing he could do. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Miss Chu has truly met a benefactor. Shang Guanwan sized up Chu Luiyue and said in an ambiguous manner. Not only did he help you recover your Yuan Meridian, he even raised your Yuan Meridian to the Earth class. Who knows how many people will be envious of you if news of this gets out. Chu Luiyue suddenly smiled. Many people in country Yaochen have asked me about this experience. I didn't expect the third princess to be interested as well. This consort has seen a few people whose Yuan Meridians were damaged by external forces and later recovered. However, this consort has never seen someone who was born with a damaged Yuan Meridian and was still able to walk the path of cultivation. It was inevitable that this consort was curious and asked a few more questions. As Shang Guanwan spoke, she sighed. To be able to do this, he must be someone with great divine abilities. If there's a chance, this consort would really like to meet that person. Chu Luiyue smiled sincerely. To be honest, I want to meet that person more than anyone else and thank him in person. Unfortunately, that person comes and goes without a trace. There's no way to find him. Shang Guanwan felt a little vexed. Only Chu Luiyue knew what was going on. If she did not want to say it, who could force her? Now that she was in the limelight in Xiling, her every move was being watched. It was even more difficult to touch her. At this moment, a report suddenly came from outside the door. Third princess, Lord Zhou Mingxi is here. Shang Guanwan was a little surprised. Why is Lord Zhou here at this time? Chani reminded her softly. Your Highness, have you forgotten that it's Lord Zhuo's turn to take His Majesty's pulse today? You said last time that Lord Zhuo would come and talk to you about His Majesty's condition after taking his pulse in the future. Chu Luiyue's hand on the armrest slightly curled up. Oh, this consort has indeed forgotten. Please ask him to wait in the side hall for a moment. This consort will come immediately. As Shang Guanwan spoke, she looked at Chu Luiyue. This consort has something to take care of. I'll have to trouble Miss Chu to wait here for a moment. If you find it boring, you can also have Chani bring you around Huayang Hall. Chu Luiyue immediately said, Third princess, please. Shang Guanwan got up and left. Soon, she arrived outside the hall. Chu Luiyue looked up and happened to see Zhou Mingxi's figure standing outside. Lord Zhou, why are you here so early today? This was Shang Guanwan's voice. Zhou Mingxi bowed and said, This humble subject's jade pendant is done, so I came early to collect it. An idea suddenly popped into Chu Luiyue's mind. Jade pendant? The jade pendant he was talking about, could it be? That's good. This jade pendant is a symbol of status. Lord Zhou, please be careful in the future and don't lose it again. Third princess, you're right. Follow this consort. The two walked into the side hall, and the voices completely disappeared. Chu Luiyue was shocked. So the jade pendant that accidentally fell from Jian Fengqi's body that day was Jiang Lizua's? Jiang Lizua said that he lost it. Then, did Jian Fengqi accidentally pick it up after he lost it, or did Jian Fengqi deliberately take it from him? Thinking back to the faint ambergris on Jian Fengqi's body that day, he had clearly entered the palace. And it was very likely that he had entered father's bedchamber. But why would he do that? Chu Luiyue felt like there was a cloud of fog in front of her. She couldn't see clearly. She stood up. Chani immediately asked, Miss Chu, do you want to look around? Chu Luiyue turned around and smiled. Will it be too troublesome? Chani said respectfully. You're too kind, Miss Chu. Since the third princess has spoken, you don't have to worry so much. Why don't I bring you to the back garden? Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. Thank you. The two then walked out of the hall. After they left, Chu Luiyue glanced in the direction of the side hall, seemingly unintentionally. So that's Lord Mingxi. I heard that he's a very powerful celestial physician. Chani seemed to have unintentionally used her body to block Chu Luiyue's line of sight. Her expression was polite and cold. Lord Zhua is an imperial physician. Naturally, his medical skills are superb. Why, is Miss Chu interested in this? Chu Luiyue didn't seem to notice the warning in her words. She smiled. That's not it. It's just that I've heard from my master that there are a few imperial physicians in the palace who are very powerful. That's why I admire them. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet them today. Chani glanced at her, the doubts in her heart gradually dispelled. She had heard that Chu Luiyue was also a celestial physician, so her words sounded normal. The back garden is over there. Miss Chu, please follow me. With that, Chani walked in front and led the way. Chu Luiyue followed. On the other side, after Sheng Wanwan and Zhua Mingxi entered the side hall, they went straight to the point. Lord Zhua, how's father's condition? Are there any signs of him waking up? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 649. Zhua Mingxi shook his head. No. Sheng Wanwan sighed regretfully. As expected, haven't you been giving Imperial Father medicine? Why hasn't there been any movement after such a long time? Sheng Wanwan furrowed her brows, unable to figure it out. Back then, in order to create the illusion that Imperial Father was seriously ill and unconscious and bedridden, they had secretly used poison. At that time, they had been thinking that after killing Sheng Wanyu, they would get rid of Imperial Father as well. To the outside world, they would just say that Imperial Father had died from excessive depression because of Sheng Wanyu's death. However, things had changed. They had to wait for Imperial Father to wake up again. Thus, they stopped using the poison and continued to treat him, hoping that he would wake up soon. However, this wait had lasted for more than a year. Until now, there had been no movement at all. Zhua Mingxi looked ashamed. This humble subject is incompetent. Sheng Wanwan's expression was still ugly. If not for the fact that this matter was too private and only these trusted celestial physician could use it, she would have already. Zhua Mingxi pondered for a moment and said hesitantly. Your Highness, actually. His Majesty's health seemed to have improved a little some time ago. At that time, whether it was his breathing or pulse, it was obvious that he was much stronger than before. Logically speaking, His Majesty should have woken up by now if he had continued to develop according to that trend. However, for some reason, His Majesty's condition began to worsen. Since then, His Majesty has been in and out of consciousness, which is why His Majesty is still unconscious to this day. Sheng Wanwan's face darkened. So? What are you trying to say? Zhua Mingxi looked conflicted. He cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he carefully opened his mouth. Your Highness, this humble subject has a guess in mind, but I don't know if I should say it. What guess? Just say it. That is. His Majesty's current condition, could it be that someone has done something? Sheng Wanwan suddenly looked at him. What do you mean? Zhua Mingxi said. Ever since I sensed that His Majesty's health had improved, this humble subject roughly knew a way to help His Majesty recover and has been following it. In the first few days, it was indeed effective. But later on, it inexplicably went back and forth. This humble subject has confirmed that there is no problem with this humble subject's prescription. It should not cause such a situation to occur. Therefore, I suspect that there must be something fishy going on. How is this possible? This consort has always sent people to watch over Qingfeng Hall. Not even a bird can fly in. Furthermore, the three of you have been taking turns to look after my father's health. No other celestial physician has ever come in contact with him. Those who could enter and leave the Clear Wind Palace were all people she could trust, so how could such a problem have occurred? This is only a guess of this humble subject's. It may not be true. Zhuo Mingxi immediately said, after all, that kind of medicine. It's already very difficult for His Majesty to survive until now. Shang Wanwan's face sank and she didn't say anything. When they poisoned him, they only wanted to kill him. Who would have thought of saving him? She hadn't thought much of it at first, but after hearing Zhuo Mingxi's words, she couldn't help but become suspicious. Thinking about it carefully, this might not be impossible. In the past 2 months, who has frequently entered Clear Wind Palace? Zhuo Mingxi thought for a moment and said, other than the 3 of us, it should be you and the prince consort, right? If others wanted to go, they would have to get Shang Wanwan's permission. It wasn't that easy. A trace of suspicion flashed across Shang Wanwan's eyes. If someone really did that, who could it be? Chu Luiyue followed Chani to the back garden of Huayang Palace. This place had clearly been renovated. Everything was incomparably exquisite and exuded a sense of luxury. There were many flowers and plants planted in the garden. It was currently the middle of winter, but the flowers were still blooming. They were colorful and beautiful. Coupled with the pure white snow, it was very beautiful. Chu Luiyue asked in surprise, "It's so cold." "It's so cold, these flowers are." The 3rd princess ordered people to dig a ditch below and draw in the hot spring water from Jade Spring Mountain. Even in the middle of winter, the surface is still very warm. Therefore, these flowers and plants can bloom like spring in the middle of winter. Chani explained with an indifferent expression. "I see," Chu Luiyue nodded thoughtfully. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed no snow in the back garden. After the snowflakes landed on the ground, they quickly melted and seeped into the ground. She walked slowly, as if attracted by these flowers and plants. However, she was thinking of another question. Shang Wanwan isn't someone who likes flowers and plants. Why did she suddenly spend so much effort to dig a ditch under Huayang Palace's back garden and even draw in the water from Jade Spring Mountain? This project sounded simple, but it was actually very expensive. Even if Shang Wanwan had so much money that she had nowhere to spend it, she didn't seem to spend her energy on such meaningless leisure. Unless there was a problem with the ditch below. Jiang residence. Jiang Yuqing sat at the head of the table and looked at Mu Qinghe, who was standing in front of him with her hands hanging by her side. In that case, there's really no problem with her identity? Mu Qinghe nodded. I've already sent people to investigate and confirmed it. Chu Luiyue grew up in country Yao Chen's imperial capital. Because she was born with an incomplete Yuan meridian, she was treated as a good-for-nothing and was bullied. It was only on the eve of her 14th birthday that she was saved. Her Yuan meridian was restored and she officially began to cultivate. When I arrived in country Yao Chen, she had just entered the academy to cultivate. Other than me and Jian Fengqi, she shouldn't know anyone else from the Tianling dynasty. Jiang Yuqing leaned back in his chair and gently tapped the table with one hand. That's strange. Why does 100 Herbs Building value her so much? At first, I thought that they were doing it because of you. Later, I realized that it didn't seem to be the case. After she came to West Hill with Jian Fengqi, did she meet anyone? Mu Qinghe pondered for a moment and said, after she came to West Hill, she had been living in the Mu residence. At that time, Duan Ziyu accompanied her every day, so I can confirm that she didn't meet anyone suspicious. However, she moved out of the Mu residence a month ago. I heard that she lived in Pavilion Master Weiqi's former residence. I don't know what happened after that. Jiang Yuqing rubbed the space between his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Yuqi Song is her master, so it's normal for her to do this. But didn't Yuqi Song sell most of his things? Which residence does Chu Luiyue live in? Mu Qinghe hesitated for a moment. The one on 6 Cloud Street. That's one of Pavilion Master Weiqi's last 2 residences in West Hill City. Jiang Yuqing's expression froze slightly. So it's that, in the past, Shangguan you liked to go to that residence very much. Previously, Yuqi Song was in financial difficulties and sold a lot of things. Only these 2 residences remained untouched. One was for Sheng Guanyu. The other was for his only son, Wei Qi Lang. He suddenly sneered and said meaningfully, "It seems that he really likes this Chu Luiyue. He's actually willing to part with her." Knock knock. Eldest young master, Pavilion Master Wei Qi of Chongshu Pavilion is here to visit. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 650. Speak of the Devil. Jiang Yuqing frowned. Why is Yuqi Song here again? He felt that something was amiss when they parted ways in the zither room of Thousand View Garden last time. However, after waiting for a month, Yuqi Song didn't do anything. He gradually let go of this matter. He didn't expect him to come again at this time. Jiang Yuqing stood up and walked out. When he passed by Mu Qinghe, he paused. "You can go back first. When you have time, go ask Chu Luiyue." Mu Qinghe bowed and said, "Yes." Jiang Yuqing nodded slightly and left. After his figure completely disappeared, Mu Qinghe raised her head and looked in the direction Jiang Yuqing left with a cold and solemn expression. Strange, recently, Jiang Yuqing seemed to be particularly concerned about Chu Luiyue's matter. Not only did he specially call him over for questioning, but he also asked him to investigate personally. This kind of thing should have been left to his subordinates to do. Now that Jiang Yuqing had instructed him to do it, it could be seen how much importance he attached to this matter. He put away the doubts in his heart and left. When Jiang Yuqing arrived at the front hall, Yuqi Song was already sitting there. A polite smile quickly appeared on his face. "Pavilion Master Yuqi, what brings you here?" Yuqi Song had already sensed his footsteps, but it wasn't until he was in front of him that he said, "I'm here today because I have something to ask young Master Jiang." His expression was indifferent, and no emotions could be seen on his face. For a moment, Jiang Yuqing's heart was pounding. He didn't know what he was planning to do this time. "Haha. I've already heard about the sect meeting, but I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet." A smile appeared on Yuqi Song's face, but his eyes were cold. Young Master Jiang is too polite. Seeing that his attitude was somewhat cold, the smile on Jiang Yuqing's face gradually faded. He walked to the opposite side and sat down. "Pavilion Master Yuqi, what do you want to ask?" "Please ask. I will tell you everything I know." Yuqi Song was silent for a while, then stared into his eyes and asked, "I wonder if young Master Jiang has ever heard of mixed yuan gravel?" There was a moment of silence in the room. Jiang Yuqing said slowly, "I've heard a little about it." "Why is Pavilion Master Wei Qi asking this?" "It's a long story. More than a year ago, our Chongshu Pavilion suffered a sneak attack. Our school suffered heavy casualties, and we still haven't found the culprit behind the scenes. After that night, countless medicinal herbs on Xingyuan Mountain withered overnight. And from then on, no more medicinal herbs could be planted. For such a long time, this old man has tried to find the truth, but to no avail. It wasn't until some time ago when Wanzhou arrived and told her that there was messed yuan gravel on Xingyuan Mountain that she found her answer. According to him, the chaos yuan gravel is found in the south. This old man thought about it and felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Southern border is barren and barbaric. Who would specially go there to retrieve the chaos yuan gravel and harm our Chongshu Pavilion? This old man has always been upright and magnanimous. I've never felt the slightest bit guilty to anyone. I don't know when I've offended someone to bring about such a disaster." He paused, looked straight into Jiang Yuqing's eyes, and asked word by word. "If this old man remembers correctly, young Master Jiang has been to southern border before?" The air gradually froze. Jiang Yuqing's expression was as usual, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a smile. "Pavilion Master Wei Qi, are you suspecting that I'm the culprit behind the assassination of the Chongshu Pavilion?" Yuqi Song shook his head slowly. "Why would young Master Jiang think so? Wanzhou once said that the person who used the Chaos Yuan gravel would suffer a backlash after the Chaos Yuan gravel was removed. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. But isn't young Master Jiang fine? Although this old man is anxious, I won't suspect anyone casually. Jiang Yuqing's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Yuqi Song really didn't look like he was here to denounce him. Then why did he come here and make all these things so clear? What was his purpose? He reacted for a moment and revealed a gratified expression. Hearing Pavilion Master Weiqi's words, I'm relieved. I've always respected and admired you. How could I do such a thing? Then you came today. This old man came today to ask for young Master Jiang's help to investigate who it was. This old man remembers that when you went to southern border, you seem to have brought a lot of people with you, right? Could it be one of them? Jiang Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. I see. No problem. Since you've already found some clues, then I'll help you investigate. If it's really related to my subordinates, I'll really feel extremely guilty. If this matter was left to him to investigate, he would naturally be able to find out whatever results he wanted. Yuqi Song smiled. In that case, thank you very much. Jiang Yuqing cupped his hands. Pavilion Master Weiqi, you don't have to be so polite. If you need any other help, feel free to ask. There's nothing else, but there's one thing. This old man has been quite concerned about it. Yuqi Song looked hesitant. Jiang Yuqing said, just say it. Yuqi Song pondered for a long time before slowly asking, I heard that young Master Jiang went to southern border to look for medicine to revive the Empress. I wonder, what medicine are you looking for? Jiang Yuqing's smile froze on his face. He barely maintained his calm and asked, this is all in the past. Why do you suddenly ask this? Yuqi Song looked at him. His gaze was sharp as if he could see through people's hearts. Every word was like thunder on the ground. To be honest, this old man has been thinking about what happened back then. The more I think about it, the stranger I feel. The Empress's death seems to be full of doubts. I wonder if eldest young Master Jiang ever had such a suspicion. Perhaps the Crown Princess didn't die from qi deviation during cultivation? Digression. I've been so busy updating recently that I've forgotten what the sky looks like. Today, I'm going out to eat with my sister who just finished the college entrance examination. I don't know how long I'll be back, but I'll try my best to update when I come back. Thank you for your understanding. Love mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 651. Jiang Yuqing slowly sat up straight. His face was so tense that it made his expression look rather strange. Why do you say that, Pavilion Master Yuqi? When something happened to the Empress concubine, it caused a huge commotion. Many people in the palace can testify. You said that. Did you find something? Yuqi Song paused for a moment. It's not that I found anything. It's just that I suddenly thought of many things recently and felt that something was wrong. For example, the Empress concubine had always cultivated in her own special room. Why did she suddenly go to the Imperial Ancestral Hall to try to break through? In the end, she went mad and died? That place is dedicated to the memorial tablets of the Tianling dynasty's ancestors. Why did the Empress concubine go there for no reason? Jiang Yuqing lowered his eyes and said lightly. This matter. To tell you the truth, I've always had doubts in my heart. But, according to the third princess, the Empress concubine had mentioned this matter to her before she went to the Imperial Ancestral Hall. It could be seen that she was prepared. At that time, the third princess also asked, but the Empress concubine didn't answer. I didn't expect that later. Until today, I'm afraid that only the Empress concubine herself knows the reason for this matter. Yuqi Song continued to ask, you're saying that the Empress concubine was prepared to go to the Imperial Ancestral Hall in advance? Jiang Yuqing nodded with a trace of sadness on his face. If I had known that those things would happen later, I would have dissuaded her at that time. Yuqi Song's eyes flickered. In that case, I'm thinking too much. Jiang Yuqing glanced at him. Pavilion Master Yuqi, I know that you and the Empress concubine have a deep relationship. Her departure is a huge blow to you. But she's already gone. You should restrain your grief. If you work hard and feel depressed every day because of this, the Empress concubine spirit in heaven will probably be sad when she finds out. Yuchi Song rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a tired expression. It's really strange. If the Empress concubine really has something important to do, she usually wouldn't be so unprepared. She didn't even tell a single person. I thought that she was forced to be taken to the Imperial Ancestral Hall. Jiang Yuqing's heart thumped twice, and he forced a smile. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, you're worrying too much. Her Highness the Empress concubine has a noble status and no one dares to disobey her. How could there be someone with such guts? Yes. She has a kind heart. How could anyone have such guts and such a vicious heart? Wei Qi Song muttered to himself, enunciating each word clearly. It was as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was questioning someone. Jiang Yuqing's heart beat even faster. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and his limbs were cold. He lowered his eyes. It seems that this old man has really misunderstood. Yuchi Song stood up and let out a long sigh. Since the matter has been clarified, this old man will not waste young Master Zhang's time. I will take my leave now. Jiang Yuqing looked up. You're leaving now? That's right. The sect conference had just ended, and there were still many things to deal with in the Chongshu Pavilion. Also, I'll have to trouble young Master Jiang with the matter of Mestuan gravel. Jiang Yuqing braced himself and said, Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll go back and investigate this matter myself. I'll interrogate all the people who went to the southern border with me. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Only then did Wei Qi Song nod his head in relief. Then, he bid farewell and left. Jiang Yuqing symbolically urged him to stay and personally sent him out. When Yuchi Song's figure disappeared outside the gate of the Jiang mansion, Jiang Yuqing retracted his gaze, turned around, and walked quickly back to the study with an expressionless face. Sun Qi saw that his expression was a little strange and was a little nervous. Eldest young master, Jiang Yuqing's voice was as cold as ice. Immediately gather all the people who went to Nanjiang. I want to interrogate them one by one. A hint of surprise flashed across Sun Qi's eyes, but when he saw Jiang Yuqing's expression, he immediately said, yes. This subordinate will do it right away. With that, Sun Qi immediately left the study, not forgetting to carefully close the door before he left. When he was the only one left in the room, Jiang Yuqing finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and swept the things on the table to the ground. The people outside seemed to have been instructed by Sun Qi to stay quiet, and no one responded. Jiang Yuqing's chest rose and fell violently, his face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Only his lips were incomparably pale, looking very strange. On the surface, Yuchi Song came today to ask him to investigate the matter of Mestuan gravel, but in fact, he clearly had other motives. He deliberately mentioned Shangguanyu and said those words. What exactly did he want? If Yuchi Song really only had simple suspicions, he definitely wouldn't have come to the Jiang mansion and directly said these things to him. What did he know? Did he come this time to test him, or to threaten him? Jiang Yuqing's heart was in a mess, and his mind was in chaos. After a long time, he finally calmed down. He stood there, thinking for a long time with a gloomy expression, and then lifted his sleeve. An ugly red scar that had already formed a scab stretched across it. He took a deep breath, took out a box of ointment from the cabinet beside him, and slowly applied it. The more Yuchi Song suspected him, the calmer he had to be, and the more he had to be foolproof. But for some reason, the hand that was applying the ointment was trembling slightly. After Mu Qinghe left the Jiang mansion, she wanted to return to the Mu residence first. But when she thought of what Jiang Yuqing said before she left, she changed her mind and walked in the direction of 6 Cloud Street. The main street of West Hill was always bustling with people coming and going, and it was very lively. He passed through the crowd and walked through the noisy street. After a few turns, the number of people around him gradually decreased, and it became quiet. Unknowingly, it had started to snow. The feather-like snowflakes drifted down and landed on his head. His clothes were gradually covered with a layer of white frost, and there was a hint of bone-chilling coldness. He walked forward in silence, and finally stopped in front of a house. The bluestone road, which was always clean and tidy, was covered with a layer of snow. Behind him was a string of clear footprints. He raised his head and looked at the familiar door in front of him. He had been to this place many times. But in the past year, he had not been here again. He thought that he would never come here again, but he did not expect. There was a plaque hanging above the door. Chu Mansion. The handwriting was like a swimming dragon, and it was obviously Yuchi Song's handwriting. Mu Qinghe frowned slightly. It seemed that Yuchi Song doted on Chu Luiyue more than he had expected. He thought that Yuchi Song would never let anyone live in this place. It had only been a year, and things had changed. Mu Qinghe stared at the door for a while, then turned around and prepared to leave. But as soon as he took a step, he heard footsteps coming from inside the door. He was stunned. Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou shouldn't be living here now. How could there be someone inside? Just as he was thinking, the door was opened from the inside with a creak. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Vice Admiral Mu, my master invites. Digression. Today is a wasted February. Tomorrow at 12 noon. I'll take a break for 2 days before I update. Thank you for your understanding, Love Mobile users. Please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 652. Yanqing. Mu Qinghe remembered that he was one of Rongxiu's men. The master he mentioned should be Rongxiu. But when did he come to the West Hill? Mu Qinghe was full of doubts, but she still looked very calm. She nodded slightly and walked inside. The house was not big. After bypassing the front yard and walking through the corridor, she came to a door. Yanqing pushed the door open and invited her in. Vice Admiral Mu, please. Mu Qinghe walked into the room. The room was very warm and filled with a faint smell of medicine. Rongxiu was sitting beside a bronze and gilded stove. He was dressed in a white robe, which seemed to be the same color as the goose feather snow outside the door. Master, Vice Admiral Mu is here. Yanqing said respectfully. Rongxiu looked up. They had not seen each other for a while. His noble and enchanting face had become more charming and outstanding. Even Mu Qinghe had to admit in her heart that Rongxiu's charming appearance was indeed rare in the world. Rongxiu's lips curved into a light smile. Vice Admiral Mu, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Mu Qinghe raised her eyebrows slowly. Why did Rongxiu speak as if this house was his territory? Didn't Yuchi Song give this house to Chu Luiyue? How have you been, Princely? You don't have to be so polite. As Mu Qinghe spoke, he walked over and sat down at the side. He then sized up his surroundings silently. It seemed that this house was not extensively renovated. It looked the same as before. But there were a few more things, which were obviously Rongxiu's things. It was obvious that Rongxiu was indeed staying here. Princely, weren't you in Yaochen before? When did you arrive at the West Hill? Mu Qinghe went straight to the point. Also, if I remember correctly, this house seems to have been given to Chu Luiyue by the master of the Chongshu Pavilion. I wonder why Princely is living here now. Rongxiu smiled faintly. It just so happened that I had some matters to attend to and was passing by this place. Thinking that you, was here, I decided to take a look at her. She hasn't been living in the city recently, so she temporarily lent this residence to this prince. After all, they were engaged, so there was nothing wrong with doing this. I see. Mu Qinghe nodded and asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, I wonder what Princely is going to do to pass by the West Hill, which is thousands of miles away from Yaochen. Actually, distance wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, the West Hill was within the heaven's canopy. If Rongxiu wanted to enter from the outside, it would take some effort. I'm not afraid that Vice Admiral Mu will laugh at me. This prince's trip is also for this body. Minghua Tianshan's elder found a celestial physician for this prince and said that she might be able to completely remove the root of this prince's illness. This prince is here. But when I arrived at the West Hill, I missed you, and my old illness relapsed, so I decided to stay here temporarily and recuperate for a period of time. As Rongxiu spoke, he clenched his fist and coughed twice. His face was somewhat pale. It seemed that it was indeed as he said. Mu Qinghe thought about his words twice and didn't find any problems. There were many powerful people in the heavens canopy. Celestial physicians' level and strength were naturally higher. It was actually normal for Rongxiu to come to the heavens canopy to look for a doctor. Recently, Chu Luiyue has been making waves in West Hill City and is very famous. Prince Li should have heard of him, right? Now, Chu Luiyue's name could be said to be known by almost everyone in West Hill City. Rongxiu's smile deepened. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows seemed to relax, and a touch of extreme gentleness appeared in his eyes. She has always been the best. His tone was light, but it was natural, with undisguised doting and pride. The woman he liked was naturally the most outstanding in this world. No matter what she did, she would do her best. The Wanjing competition was like this, and so was the sex meeting. Mu Qinghe paused and said, "There is something that I would like to ask Prince Li, Vice Admiral Mu, please speak." Chu Luiyue, does she know anyone in West Hill? From what I heard, General Manager Yu of the 100 Herbs building seems to take good care of her. Yan Qing stood with his hands by his side and looked down. Take good care of her? How could Yu Ling not take good care of his master's wife? It was fine that he didn't know her identity before, but now that his master had personally said it, Yu Ling would naturally take good care of her. Previously, didn't Jiang Yuji suffer because she couldn't control her mouth? I have never heard her mention this. It is also her first time in West Hill. How could she know anyone here? As for that General Manager Yu, I have also heard of him. But it seems that it is because you spent a lot of money in the 100 Herbs building. At this point, Rongxiu's thin lips curled up slightly. It is said that the first time you went to the 100 Herbs building, it was with the support of Vice Admiral Mu. He smiled and his tone was light, as if he was just asking casually. But for some reason, that smile didn't climb to the bottom of his eyes. There was a chill in the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows, making one's heart turn cold. Mu Qinghe inexplicably felt that the room had become much colder. He moved his body to shake off the chill and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I brought her to participate in the Wanjing competition, so it is natural for her to do these things. Moreover, not long after, she moved to this house and rarely interacted with the Mu family." But I heard that Jian Fengqi previously bet that she would win first place in the Wanjing competition and earned a lot of money. Later, he even gave her a portion of the money, so she has a lot of money left. The news that Chu Luiyue spent a lot of money in the 100 Herbs building had also spread like wildfire. Only this amount of money could support her expenses. Rongxiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly and smiled leisurely. Is that so? In an instant, the surroundings seemed to become colder. Yan Qing closed her eyes in despair. Mu Qinghe was really ruthless. Why did she have to touch the pot that didn't boil? Actually, in detail, Mu Qinghe's money was spent by Miss Lu Yu, who extorted money from her. Jian Fengqi relied on Miss Lu Yu to win the money. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for him to share the money with her. Moreover, Miss Lu Yu was spending master's money now, but other people didn't know. In this way, how would outsiders view master? Mu Qinghe finally realized that something was wrong. Looking at Rongxiu's expression, she could roughly guess what was going on. Rongxiu was born in the royal family of Yao Qin and had a noble status in the imperial capital. However, in West Hill, it was nothing. It was probably very difficult for him to afford Chu Luiyue. Otherwise, why would he stay here instead of living outside? Thinking of this, Mu Qinghe's expression became a little strange. In this way, it seemed like Rongxiu was living off a woman. Who would have thought that 2 months ago, Chu Luiyue was living off Rongxiu? Now, in the blink of an eye, it was Chu Luiyue who was living off Rongxiu? The world was really unpredictable. Moreover, based on Chu Luiyue's talent and strength, her future would be limitless. However, Rongxiu was still dragging this sickly body. Judging from what had happened before, Chu Luiyue clearly knew someone in 100 Herbs building, and it was very likely that the person's status was not low. Otherwise, 100 Herbs building wouldn't have protected her like this. However, Chu Luiyue didn't seem to have told Rongxiu about this. Mu Qinghe looked at Rongxiu with a hint of sympathy. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 653. Speak of the Devil. Jiang Yuqing frowned. Why was Yuqi Song here again? Ever since they parted at the piano room in Qianjing Garden, he felt that something was amiss. But after waiting for a month, Yuqi Song didn't do anything. He gradually put this matter aside. He didn't expect him to come again at this time. Jiang Yuqing stood up and walked outside. When he passed by Mu Qinghe, he paused. You can go back first. I'll ask Chu Luiyue when I have time. Mu Qinghe bowed and said, yes. Jiang Yuqing nodded slightly and left. After his figure disappeared completely, Mu Qinghe raised his head and looked in the direction that Jiang Yuqing left with a cold and solemn expression. Strange, recently, Jiang Yuqing seemed to be especially concerned about Chu Luiyue. Not only did he call him over for questioning, but he also asked him to investigate personally. This kind of matter could be left to the subordinates to handle. Now that Jiang Yuqing had asked him to do it, it could be seen how important this matter was to him. He put away the doubts in his heart and walked away as well. When Jiang Yuqing came to the front hall, Yuqi Song was already sitting there. A polite smile quickly appeared on his face. Yuqi Pavilion Master, what brings you here? Yuqi Song had long sensed his footsteps, but it was only when he was in front of him that he said, I'm here today because I have some things to ask young Master Jiang. His expression was indifferent, and no emotions could be seen on his face. For a moment, Jiang Yuqing's heart was beating fast. He didn't know what Yuqi Song was planning to do on this trip. Haha. I've already heard about the sect meeting, but I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. Yuqi Song also revealed a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Young Master Jiang is too polite. Jiang Yuqing saw that his attitude was a little cold, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He walked to the opposite side and sat down. Yuqi Pavilion Master, if you have any questions, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Yuqi Song was silent for a while, staring at his eyes and asked, I wonder if young Master Jiang has heard of mixed essence sand? There was a moment of silence in the room. Jiang Yuqing slowly said, I've heard of it. Why is Yuqi Pavilion Master asking this? It's a long story. More than a year ago, my Void Rush Pavilion created people to launch a sneak attack. The sect suffered heavy casualties, and the true culprit behind the scenes has yet to be found. After that night, the countless medicinal herbs on Clear Source Mountain also withered overnight. And from then on, no medicinal herbs could be planted anymore. For such a long time, this old man has also tried to find the truth, but to no avail. Until some time ago, when Wanzhou came and said that my Clear Source Mountain has mixed essence sand, did I find the answer. According to him, this mixed essence sand belongs to the southern region. This old man thought about it, and felt that this matter was really fishy. The southern border is barren and barbaric. Who would specially go there and retrieve the mixed essence sand, and harm my Void Rush Pavilion? This old man has always been upright and magnanimous, and has never felt the slightest bit of guilt towards anyone. Even more so, I don't know when I have offended anyone to bring about such a calamity. He paused, looking straight into Jiang Yuqing's eyes, and asked word by word. If this old man remembers correctly, eldest young Master Jiang has been to the southern border before? The air gradually froze. Jiang Yuqing's expression was as usual, and even the corners of his mouth were raised in a hint of a smile. Pavilion Master Yuqi, are you suspecting that I'm the mastermind who plotted against the Clear Void Pavilion? Yuqi Song slowly shook his head. Why would eldest young Master Jiang think so? Wanzhou once said that the person who applied the mixed essence sand would suffer a backlash after the mixed essence sand was removed, and even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. But isn't eldest young Master Jiang fine? Although this old man is anxious, I won't casually suspect anyone. Jiang Yuqing's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Yuqi Song's appearance indeed didn't look like he was here to denounce him. Then why did he come here and say all these things out loud? What was his purpose? He reacted for a moment, and revealed a gratified expression. Hearing Pavilion Lord Yuqi say so, I'm relieved. I have always respected and admired you, how could I do such a thing? Then today you came. This old man came today to ask eldest young Master Jiang for help to find out who it was. This old man remembered that when you went to the southern border, you seemed to have brought a lot of people, right? Could it be one of them? Jiang Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. So that's how it is. No problem. Since you found some clues, I'll help you investigate it. If it's really related to one of my subordinates, I'm really going to feel extremely guilty. If this matter was handed over to him to investigate, he would naturally be able to find out whatever he wanted. Yuqi Song smiled. If that's the case, thank you very much. Jiang Yuqing cupped his hands. Yuqi Pavilion Lord, you're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know. There's just one thing. This old man has been rather mindful of. Yuqi Song's face showed hesitation. Jiang Yuqing said, just say it. Yuqi Song pondered for a while, and then asked slowly. I heard that when young Master Jiang went to the southern border, it was to find medicine to revive the Empress concubine? I wonder, what medicine was it that you were looking for? Jiang Yuqing's smile froze on his face. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, You. This is all in the past. Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Yuqi Song looked at him, his eyes sharp as if he could see through a person's heart. Every word was like a clap of thunder. To be honest, recently this old man has often thought about what happened in the past. The more I think about it, the stranger I feel. The Empress concubine's death seems to be full of suspicious points. I wonder if young Master Jiang has ever had such a suspicion, that the Empress concubine might not have died from cultivation deviation? Digression, recently I've been so busy updating that I've even forgotten what the sky is like. Today, I'm accompanying my sister out for a meal after her college entrance examination. I don't know how long I'll be back, but I'll try my best to update when I do. Thank you for your understanding. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to the website of self-love. Chapter 654. It was snowing heavily, and there were few pedestrians on the street. She followed the group of people all the way. In the end, she found that they had indeed arrived at the Jiang mansion. However, they came to the back door of the Jiang mansion. Chu Luiyue glanced at them from a distance. Sun Qi was standing by the door, as if waiting for these people to arrive. After those people arrived, they nodded and saluted Sun Qi one by one. After checking each of them, they went in one after another. In addition to the few people Chu Luiyue had met just now, others were also arriving one after another. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Did Jiang Yuqing summon all the people who had followed him to Nanjiang? According to what those people said just now, they had suffered a lot in Nanjiang, and Jiang Yuqing had ignored them for a year. Today, he suddenly called them here. Chu Luiyue thought quickly. Right. Yuqi Song went down the mountain with them early this morning, saying that he would come to the Jiang mansion. Could it be because of this? I really don't know why the eldest young master called us here at this time. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from the corner of the street. Chu Luiyue turned his head and glanced, and saw two people walking toward the Jiang mansion one after another. The strong man who was talking was dirty all over. His left ear was cut off by something, and even his scalp was cut off, leaving only a dark red scar the size of a bowl, which looked very horrible. Behind him was a thin man in shabby black clothes, with half an iron mask on his face. Even so, one could still see a scar that was not covered under his mask, which looked like it was burned by fire. His whole face was probably almost destroyed, so he had to wear this mask. He lowered his head all the way, looking listless. The strong man in front suddenly turned back and laughed at himself. Your voice has been poisoned, and it's useless for me to ask you these questions. Anyway, we disabled people have no value. Our lives are at the mercy of others. An idea popped up in Chu Liuyue's mind as she quickly hid herself. Do you see that? That Sun Qi is standing there. The others are also here. It must be nothing good, Walla. A red shadow flashed past quickly, leaving a clear scratch mark on his arm. Blood flowed like a river. What is it? The brawny man waved his hand, but the red shadow had already run to the other side. Damn it. I'll kill you. Nowadays, even a beast dared to bully him like this. The brawny man was furious and immediately chased after him. The skinny man raised his head to take a look. Just as he was about to follow, he suddenly felt a strong force pulling him back. He was shocked. Just as he was about to struggle, he felt a chill on his neck. Dark red, boiling blood gushed out from the wound. He widened his eyes and stiffened his neck. He wanted to turn around, but someone held him down. Not long after, his legs gave out and he stopped breathing. Damn it. Little bastard, you sure run fast. Not long after, the burly man returned with an angry expression. He originally wanted to catch that thing and kill it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. He chased it for a while and exhausted a lot of his strength, but he still couldn't catch up. In the end, it jumped and disappeared from sight. Remembering that he still had things to do here, he finally gritted his teeth and returned. If it wasn't for a year ago, I wouldn't have been bullied by a beast. He cursed softly. He saw that the skinny man was still standing in his previous position with his head lowered. He waved his hand in frustration. Let's go. We'll be punished again if we're late. The skinny man followed him to the back door of the Jiang residence. Lord Sun Qi. When he reached Sun Qi, the brawny man's ferocious aura had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an eager smile. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news. We're not late, right? Sun Qi's face was expressionless. He glanced at the two of them indifferently. Qi Dai, Xiaomu. Qi Dai hurriedly responded and pushed the skinny man behind him. Xiaomu? What are you waiting for? Why aren't you bowing when you see Lord Sun? The skinny man didn't move. Qi Dai was stunned. Xiaomu's body wasn't good. He wanted to be blown away by the wind. His push just now didn't move him. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Xiaomu had already bowed to Sun Qi. Sun Qi knew that Xiaomu was mute, so he didn't pursue the matter. His gaze lingered on Qi Dai's arm for a moment. He frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Qi Dai quickly said, in response to Lord Sun's question, this lowly one encountered a beast on the way here. That thing bit me. Sun Qi impatiently interrupted him. All right, let's go in. Qi Dai didn't dare to say anything. He quickly nodded and bowed as he led Xiaomu in. After entering, someone led them to a courtyard. This courtyard was very remote and looked rather desolate. It seemed that no one had lived here for a long time. It had just been cleaned today. When Qi Dai and Xiaomu entered, there were already many people standing in the courtyard. At a glance, they were all in the same situation as them. Scarface and the others from before were also among them. Most of these people actually knew each other. However, ever since they returned from that place a year ago, they had very little contact with each other. In fact, other than the few who were familiar with each other, they hadn't seen the others. At this moment, everyone was gathered here. The atmosphere was inexplicably stifling. Occasionally, some people would whisper a few words. The entire courtyard was very quiet, heavy, and cold. Qi Dai and Xiaomu stood in the corner. Seeing this situation, Chi Dai didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly bandaged the wound on his arm. Eldest young master had always hated blood. If he saw it, it wouldn't be good for him to vent his anger for no reason. After they entered, more people came one after another. At a rough glance, there were about 50 people. After about a quarter of an hour, Sun Chi finally came over and walked towards the innermost door. Everyone looked over at the same time, and they all became nervous. Sun Chi knocked on the door. Eldest young master, everyone is here. With a creak, the door opened. A tall figure in green robes walked out from inside. It was Jiang Yucheng. He took a few steps forward and stood on the stairs. He looked down at the people standing below with a dignified expression. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Greetings, eldest young master. Jiang Yucheng raised his hand and asked Sun Chi, how many people are here? Sun Chi said respectfully. Eldest young master, there are a total of 57 people. Originally, there were more than 70 people. However, in the past year or so, people have died one after another. There were only 57 of them who were still alive. Jiang Yucheng nodded and glanced at everyone. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? Everyone was silent. Jiang Yucheng put one hand behind his back. His eyes were as sharp as a substance. All of you have followed me to southern border. What I want to ask today is, did any of you come back with the Chaos Yuan gravel? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 655. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence in the courtyard. Everyone looked at each other. Mest Yuan gravel. When they were in Nanjiang, they had passed by a place with Mest Yuan gravel, but they didn't stay there for long. How could they bring it back? Moreover, that thing was quite poisonous and extremely difficult to deal with. How could they have anything to do with it? At that time, it would be too late to save their lives. Seeing that no one spoke, Jiang Yucheng slowly said, I recently heard that Mest Yuan gravel appeared in Xiling City. And this thing, only Nanjiang has it. I don't know about others, and I can't care about it. But you, were all brought to Nanjiang by me. If it was really done by one of you, it's best to admit it now. Otherwise, if I find out, it won't be so easy. Still, no one responded. They really didn't do it, so how could they admit it? Jiang Yucheng asked with a cold and solemn expression, it seems that you want me to interrogate you one by one? After waiting for a while, there was still dead silence. Jiang Yucheng pointed to a person standing in front of him, let's start with you. The man who was pointed at was Scarface from before. His face was blank, and there was a hint of panic. What did eldest young master mean? Jiang Yucheng had already turned around and entered the house. Sun Chi raised his chin at Scarface. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Scarface came back to his senses and hurriedly followed Jiang Yucheng into the house. Sun Chi closed the door, looked at everyone again, and said coldly, it's because one of you brought a lot of trouble to eldest young master. Now that eldest young master was personally investigating the matter, everyone knew who had done it. If you don't say it now, you won't have the chance later. With that, he stood at the door and waited respectfully. Many people secretly exchanged glances with different expressions. I didn't expect it to be because of this. In the corner, Chi Dai lowered his voice and said to Xiaomu. It seems like the situation is quite serious. Otherwise, first young master would not have gathered all of us here. Strange, we did not stay in that place for too long and most of us were injured. Who would have the ability to take away the Chaos Yuan gravel? Moreover, that thing was useless for one's cultivation. Even if one wanted to use it as a poison, there were so many poisons in this world. Why must one use this? Wouldn't it be a thankless task if he were to accidentally lose himself as well? His voice was very soft, and only Xiaomu, who was standing nearby, could hear him clearly. After Chi Dai finished speaking, he saw that Xiaomu didn't move. He couldn't help but nudge him with his elbow. Don't you think so? Xiao Mu nodded. There's no point in telling you this. Chi Dai was a little exasperated. Ever since Xiao Mu became mute, it was as if he had become a different person. His entire body was wooden. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. In the past, Xiao Mu's talent and strength were not bad. Back in the southern border, he had even saved Chi Dai's life. Unfortunately, it ended up like this. It was also because of this that Chi Dai had taken good care of Xiao Mu in the past year. Forget it. We didn't do it anyway. Eldest young master can investigate as much as he wants. However, Xiao Mu looked at the tightly shut door. The black eyes under the iron mask flickered slightly. Soon, Scarface walked out of the room. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that his expression was normal. It seemed that nothing had happened. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Eldest young master was decisive and thoughtful. Those who fell into his hands never had a good ending. Sun Chi raised his hand. You go over there and wait first. Scarface walked to the other side. Next, you. Sun Chi pointed to the second person. The second person hurriedly walked in. Everyone looked at him, then at Scarface. Unfortunately, Scarface was expressionless. He just stood at the side with his hands by his side. No one could see anything and could only continue to wait. Time seemed to pass exceptionally slowly while they waited. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Many people were covered in snow, but no one dared to move casually. Basically, they all stood in their positions and waited quietly. After a while, the second person came out. He also followed Sun Chi's instructions and walked to Scarface's side. Then, the third person came out. Unknowingly, more than half of the people had been investigated. Seeing the person in front of him being called away, Chi Dai couldn't help but feel nervous. The next one should be him or Xiao Mu. Although they didn't do anything, they still felt a little apprehensive at the thought of facing eldest young master alone. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Mu, but he saw that he had been standing there without moving since the beginning, and he didn't seem very nervous. Soon, the person who went in also walked out. Until now, the 30 people who went in and came out basically didn't show any abnormalities. Next, Chi Dai. Sun Chi shouted. Chi Dai took a deep breath and walked over. After a while, someone beside him muttered in a low voice. It seems that nothing happened. However, just as he said that, Chi Dai walked out of the room. Everyone looked over at the same time, but their faces were filled with astonishment. Chi Dai's face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He looked like he had suffered a huge blow. Jiang Yuqing's cold voice came from inside the room. This person will be interrogated later. Sun Chi immediately said, yes. As he said that, he ordered Chi Dai to stand alone on the other side and sent 2 guards to guard him. When everyone saw this scene, they were all confused and nervous. Could it be Chi Dai did it? Chi Dai stood there, trembling slightly, and kept muttering, "It's not me. It's really not me. It's really not me." He clearly didn't do anything, so why did eldest young master say that there was something wrong with him? He looked at his arm. The wound from before was no longer bleeding, and it shouldn't take long for it to recover. But eldest young master's expression suddenly changed because he looked at his arm a little longer. What's going on? Whispers could be heard from the crowd. The few people standing beside Xiao Mu looked at him in unison and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mu, could it be that the matter of the Mestuan gravel has something to do with Chi Dai? You're the most familiar with him. You should know whether he did it or not, right? I think Chi Dai is in trouble this time. You're so close to him. Be careful not to be implicated. Sun Chi's expression was cold as he continued, "Next, Xiao Mu." Xiao Mu nodded at the few of them and walked over to the other side. When he reached the door, Chi Dai immediately said, "Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, you must help me prove that I'm innocent. Sun Qi gave Chi Dai a warning look. He shivered and didn't dare to say another word. Xia Mu paused and walked in. Jiang Yuqing was sitting at the head of the table. Seeing Xia Mu walk in, he said, "Take off the mask. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network." Chapter 656. In another courtyard of the Jiang residence, Jiang Yuji was applying ointment in her room out of boredom. She sat in front of the bronze mirror and carefully examined her face. After some time, the scars on her face had basically disappeared. With the Bingji ointment, there were no scars left on her face. This made her heave a sigh of relief, and her mood improved a lot. "Where's brother?" she asked as she picked out an exquisite dangling hairpin from the jewelry box. The maidservant behind her immediately said, "Eldest young master seems to have something important to do today. He sent people to seal off Wudong Garden early in the morning." Wudong Garden? No one has ever lived there. It's very desolate and remote. What's brother doing there? This servant doesn't know. Jiang Yuji looked at herself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. She got up and walked outside. "I'm going to see brother." The maidservant was shocked. "Fourth young miss, you're going now?" "Yes. I've been in the residence for too long recently. I didn't even go to the sect meeting. After being locked up for so many days, brother should be willing to let me out." She was really bored to death in the residence. Moreover, brother said that he wanted to investigate 100 Herbs building in Chu Luyue, but there hadn't been any progress. She wanted to enter the palace and have a chat with the third princess. Ignoring the maidservant's attempts to stop her, she walked out of the door. The maidservant had no choice but to quickly follow. She wanted to persuade her a little more, but when she thought about how the fourth young Mrs. temper had worsened and how she had already punished many people who served her, the maidservant closed her mouth. After walking for a short distance, Jiang Yuji saw a manservant running over in a hurry. When he saw Jiang Yuji, the manservant quickly bowed. "Greetings, fourth young miss." Jiang Yuji looked at his flustered appearance and was slightly dissatisfied. "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" The manservant immediately said, "Fourth young miss, Her Highness the third princess is here." Jiang Yuji was shocked. "Really? How would I dare to lie about such a thing? The third princess is already in the guest hall. Master and Madam aren't in the residence today, and the third princess said that she was here to see eldest young master. Isn't this lowly one rushing over to invite him over?" Jiang Yuji thought to herself, what a coincidence. She was just about to enter the palace to talk to the third princess when she came. Then go and invite big brother over first. How could there be no one to receive the third princess when she came to the residence? "I'll make a trip there myself." The servant knew that the fourth miss and the third princess had always been on good terms, so there seemed to be no problem. Then I'll have to ask fourth young miss to take care of everything. I will go and invite the eldest young master. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Yuji walked toward the guest hall. Jiang Mansion, guest hall. As soon as Jiang Yuji arrived, she saw Shang Guanwan sitting inside. An affectionate smile appeared on her face as she stepped forward. "Third princess, why didn't you inform me beforehand that you were coming?" Shang Guanwan turned her head and saw that it was Jiang Yuji and not Jiang Yuqing. A trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. However, this expression quickly dissipated. She smiled. This consort also came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. "Third princess, you came at the right time. I have something to tell you." As Jiang Yuji spoke, she walked to Shang Guanwan's side. Shang Guanwan smiled faintly. "Oh. What is it?" However, Jiang Yuji looked around and dismissed her attendants. Seeing her put on such a show, Shang Guanwan also took it more seriously. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Jiang Yuji lowered her voice and said, "Third princess, have you seen that Chu Luyue?" Shang Wanwan was stunned for a moment before nodding. Of course I have. In fact, she had just seen him today. Jiang Yuji tightened her sleeves. Don't you think that Chu Luiyue looks a lot like someone? The smile on Shang Wanwan's face instantly faded. Yuji, what are you trying to say? In a room in Wudong Garden. Xia Mu hesitated for a moment and didn't move. Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. His eyelids twitched slightly as he glanced at the thin man standing in front of him. There was a strong pressure in his eyes, as well as a faint hint of warning. It was as if he wouldn't let anyone off if they didn't do as he said. Xia Mu reached out and slowly took off the iron mask on his face. A severely burned face appeared in front of Jiang Yuqing. Terrifying scars stretched across his face, and his entire face seemed to be somewhat distorted. It was daunting. Jiang Yuqing's frown deepened. He remembered that this Xia Mu had been burned before. With this appearance, it was no wonder that he had been wearing a mask. He waved his hand in disgust. Put it on. Xia Mu didn't seem to see his disdain and obediently put on the mask again. His movements were slow and stiff, and his aura was dispirited. Only his pair of black jade-like eyes flickered with a faint light, making people feel that he was still alive. Jiang Yuqing asked. Just now, Chi Dai said that the injury on his arm was caused by a demonic beast when he came here today. Is that true? Xia Mu nodded. Jiang Yuqing glanced at him. You said that your voice was mute because of the poison, right? Xia Mu nodded again. He lowered his head slightly, and Jiang Yuqing couldn't see the expression in his eyes. I don't remember clearly. What poison did you use to make you mute? As Jiang Yuqing spoke, his voice became inexplicably sterner. Was it the Mestuan gravel? He immediately shook his head and waved his hand quickly, indicating that it wasn't because of the Mestuan gravel. Jiang Yuqing said calmly, Why are you so nervous? Why are you so nervous? This young master is just casually asking. He knew very well that the Mestuan gravel couldn't make people mute. However, that wasn't what he was looking at. He asked 2 more questions, and Xia Mu answered them by nodding and shaking his head. Jiang Yuqing didn't find it interesting to ask, so he leaned back lazily in the chair. You can leave. Xia Mu bowed and respectfully turned to leave. However, just as he walked to the door, Jiang Yuqing suddenly remembered something. Wait. Xia Mu stood still and looked back at him. Jiang Yuqing stared at Xia Mu intently. Every word he said was like an invisible thunderbolt. I remember that you were still at the early stage of the 6th stage a year ago. How did you reach the peak of the 4th stage now? The air in the room froze inch by inch. Digression, updated at noon tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 657. Knock knock. Knocking sounds suddenly came from the door, breaking the silence in the room. Eldest young master, the 3rd princess is here. Sun Qi said respectfully. Jiang Yuqing's frown deepened. Sheng Wanwan? Why did she come to the residence all of a sudden? He stood up and swept his cold gaze over Xia Mu. You wait here first. Xia Mu bowed his body and lowered his head, seemingly rather nervous. Jiang Yuqing opened the door and looked at Sun Qi. Did the 3rd princess come alone? Where is she now? Sun Qi hurriedly said, Eldest young master, the 3rd princess came in a carriage with Chani. She's already sitting in the guest hall. Master and madam aren't in the residence, so now 4th miss is taking care of her. The servant is outside the courtyard, waiting for you. Jiang Yuji. Didn't I tell her to stay in her residence? Why did she go to the guest hall? Jiang Yuqing instantly recalled what Jiang Yuji had said previously, and uneasiness grew in his heart. He didn't know if Jiang Yuji had improved during this period of time. If she still had the same thoughts as before, then it wouldn't be good. After thinking for a moment, he immediately decided to go personally. Right now, he was really worried about Jiang Yuji. Moreover, the third princess came suddenly. Perhaps there was something important. I'll go now. As Jiang Yuqing spoke, he pointed at Scarface and the others who had come out and stood together. You can go back now. Remember, don't reveal a single word about today's matter. If I find out that there are any rumors about today, you know the consequences. Yes. Scarface and the others responded in unison. They rejoiced in their hearts and left one after another. As for those who hadn't been investigated, they would undoubtedly continue to wait in this courtyard. They couldn't help but look enviously at Scarface and the others who were leaving. Jiang Yuqing glanced at Qi Dai and said coldly to Sun Qi, this one, and the one in the room, have to be specially watched. Sun Qi was slightly shocked. Didn't they already choose Qi Dai? Yes. Seeing Jiang Yuqing's cold and solemn expression, he immediately responded and sent 2 guards in to guard Xia Mu closely. After explaining all this, Jiang Yuqing left. After he left, most of the people in the courtyard secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Qi Dai was even more flustered. Why was Xia Mu also detained? Judging from eldest young master's attitude just now, his attitude towards Xia Mu seemed to be very. Could it really be Xia Mu who did this? No, that's not right. When they were in the southern border, there were many dangers, and they had been forced to split up. Even the eldest young master had lost contact with them for an entire day. But he and Xiamu had always been together. Regardless of whether it was him or Xiamu, both of them could testify for each other's innocence. But why did eldest young master seem so certain that they were the culprits? Even just now, eldest young master had only asked him a few questions, but his expression suddenly changed and he was certain that he was the one who did it. He didn't even have the chance to explain before he was chased out and watched by these people. He didn't even need to think to know what was waiting for him. Could it be that Xia Mu was facing the same situation as him? Qi Dai looked into the room anxiously. Unfortunately, other than the 2 guards in charge of guarding the room, he couldn't see Xia Mu at all. Behave yourself. The guard next to him kicked the back of his knee, almost causing him to kneel on the ground. Qi Dai was terrified and didn't dare to look around casually. He could only retract his gaze and feel suffocated. Could it be that this time, he was really going to die here? Qi Dai was worried about himself and Xia Mu, and he felt uneasy. However, Xia Mu, who was in the room, seemed to be much calmer. After Jiang Yuqing left, 2 guards walked in and stood beside him with a murderous aura. They looked like they would immediately kill him if he made any strange movements. However, half of Xia Mu's face under the mask was still very blank, as if he didn't realize how dangerous the situation was. He stood and waited for a while before walking to the side. Clang! What are you doing? The 2 guards drew their swords in unison. Xia Mu didn't seem to notice anything. He continued forward and walked to a good pear wood chair. He sat down. The 2 guards were dumbfounded. Was he tired of standing and wanted to sit down? Get up. Who do you think you are? How dare you sit here casually? One of the guards waved his sword as if he would cut off Xia Mu's neck in the next second. However, Xia Mu only raised his head and glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. His ink-black eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. However, when he looked at them quietly, it was as if he had materialized and carried an invisible pressure. The guard's sword shook, and he was at a loss for words for a moment. Forget it, what's the point of arguing with a mute? When eldest young master comes back, he'll be in for it. The other guard didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he tried to persuade him. When eldest young master left, he had instructed him to keep a close eye on this person. This was someone that eldest young master wanted. How would they dare to kill this Xia Mu? Even if they injured him, it wouldn't be good. Anyway, eldest young master would be back soon. As long as this Xia Mu didn't cause any trouble, they didn't have to force him too much. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The guard who raised his sword also understood the pros and cons in his heart, so he went with the flow. Xia Mu looked at the two of them indifferently and leaned against the chair with half his face as if he was unmoved. Hence, Xia Mu sat while the two of them stood. Xia Mu was idle while the two of them were vigilant. Xia Mu was clearly the one who was being guarded and in danger, but he was calmer and more carefree than the two guards in charge of guarding him. It was as if it had nothing to do with this matter. Xia Mu leaned against the chair and thought lazily. Shang Wanwan was here, and Jiang Yuqing would only be back after a long time. Of course, he had to sit down and rest. In the guest hall. In any case, I feel that Chu Luiyue is very annoying. She's only been in West Hill for a few days, and she's already so arrogant. I wonder how arrogant she'll be in the future. As Jiang Yuji spoke, a hint of resentment appeared on her face. Now that she dares to bully the Jiang family's fourth young mistress, she might even be disrespectful to you in the future, third princess. Shang Wanwan listened and said with an indifferent expression, I know that she looks a little similar to my eldest sister, but there are people who look alike in this world. Their appearance is given by their parents, so who can they blame? Moreover, from what I see, this Chu Luiyue is actually not bad. Yuji, you hate her so much because you feel that she stole something from you, right? After saying so much, Jiang Yuji only had one meaning. She wanted to borrow Shang Wanwan's hand to deal with Chu Luiyue. Although she didn't like Chu Luiyue very much, she didn't like being used as a tool even more. Jiang Yuji hesitated for a moment. Of course not. Actually, there's something that I haven't told your highness. She lowered her voice. My brother's study has actually always been, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Jiang Yuji's words. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 658. The two of them looked up at the same time. It was Jiang Yuqing. He walked over with a faint smile on his face. I was just about to enter the palace to see you and discuss the wedding matters when you came. Shang Wanwan's heart warmed when she heard him mention this, and her expression also improved. As Jiang Yuqing spoke, he sat down beside the two of them and asked in a seemingly casual manner. Why didn't you say anything in advance? You came, but there was no one in the residence to entertain you. How negligent. It's fine. This consort only brought Chani here on a whim. Besides, isn't Yuji accompanying this consort? Shang Wanwan smiled. Oh. Jiang Yuqing glanced at Jiang Yuji. What were the two of you talking about just now? His gaze slowly swept over Jiang Yuji's body, causing her to immediately feel guilty. She lowered her head and muttered, nothing. She didn't say much. She said that she hasn't left the residence during this period of time and doesn't know what interesting things have happened outside, so she begged this consort to tell her. Shang Wanwan calmly continued the conversation and glared at Jiang Yuqing. No matter what, she's still your younger sister. How can you just lock her up in the residence like this? Look at how aggrieved she has become. Why don't you just let her go this time? Jiang Yuji glanced at her gratefully. This. Jiang Yuqing glanced at the two of them and laughed. Since Wan personally pleaded for leniency, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Yuji, from today onwards, your confinement is lifted. Jiang Yuji looked up in surprise. However, you have to remember what I told you before. If you don't learn your lesson, no one will be able to help you. I got it. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, third princess. Jiang Yuji had long been bored to death. She had come out today to ask her brother for this matter. She didn't expect that it would be done before she even asked. How could she not be happy? For a moment, she almost regarded Shang Wanwan as her great benefactor. Jiang Yuqing smiled and handed over a Cosmos ring. I know you've been wanting to go out for a long time. Take it, you can buy whatever you want today. But you have to bring Uncle Fu with you. Uncle Fu was an old man in the Jiang residence and was also a peak rank 7 martial artist. With him around, he could protect Jiang Yuji. Jiang Yuqing shrieked in joy and quickly snatched the cosmos ring, as if she was afraid that Jiang Yuqing would regret it. I know. Thank you, brother. Before he could finish his words, he had already run out. Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu. Let's go. When Jiang Yuji disappeared from his sight, Jiang Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Shangguan Wan. Why are you here today? He didn't believe that Shangguan Wan was really suddenly interested. Shangguan Wan stared at him for a while before she selectively repeated what Zhou Mingxi had said today. The more she said, the colder Jiang Yuqing's face became. That's about it. But now, Master Zhou only has a trace of suspicion and doesn't have any evidence. After thinking about it, I feel that I still need to discuss this matter with you. As Shangguan Wan spoke, she looked at Jiang Yuqing's face. It seemed that he had nothing to do with this matter. In fact, she didn't want to suspect Jiang Yuqing in her heart, but she had no choice but to test him. But now it seemed that she had thought too much. But if it had nothing to do with him, who could it be? Jiang Yuqing frowned. There are only a few people who go in and out of Qingfeng Palace every day. Could it be that someone really did something to make His Majesty? He stood up restlessly and paced back and forth, repeatedly thinking about who might have the opportunity to do it. In fact, he had long felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what the problem was. Now, according to Zhou Mingxi's words, perhaps, he really should investigate it carefully. What about the other two celestial physicians? What did they say? Shangguan Wan said helplessly. I haven't asked them yet. Master Zhou is on duty today, and the other two didn't enter the palace at all. Jiang Yuqing said in a deep voice. Since Master Zhou can sense this problem, the other two should be able to as well. But they haven't done anything yet, nor have they expressed their opinions. You mean, it's possible that the two of them did it? Shangguan Wan froze for a moment and immediately denied it. Impossible, those two were carefully selected by me. They have been with me for many years, and it's impossible for them to betray. How can there be no betrayal in this world? Jiang Yuqing said with a sullen face. Shangguan Wan's expression changed slightly as if she was hit by something. The atmosphere between the two froze for a moment before Shangguan Wan said. Then, we have to investigate this matter later. Jiang Yuqing nodded. This is a serious matter, so we have to be careful. Shangguan Wan thought of something and didn't reply. Jiang Yuqing calculated the time in his heart. I still have to go back and deal with the remaining half. Yuqing, many officials in the court have been urging us to set the wedding date recently. What do you think? Shangguan Wan recovered her senses and said something that stunned Jiang Yuqing. What? Why did they suddenly start urging us? Didn't we say that it's only going to be in these few months? They're urging us to set a specific date. Even though we already have a marriage agreement, the wedding date hasn't been set yet. They're naturally anxious. Besides, they didn't suddenly urge us. It's been a while. It's just that, you didn't care about it. Shangguan Wan's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Every time they talked about the wedding date, Jiang Yuqing would always reject it and say, wait a little longer. At the start, he said that it was because Shangguan Yu died, so the two of them couldn't get together too quickly. But now, he's been dead for almost 2 years, and it's almost time for the mourning period. Now, I'm the true ruler of the Tianling dynasty. Do I still have to care about a dead person's face whether I get married or not? Besides, I've been engaged to Jiang Yuqing for more than half a year, but they haven't even set a wedding date. Even I feel uncomfortable every time I think about it. Jiang Yuqing immediately went forward, held her hand, and patiently persuaded her. It's not that I don't care. I clearly care too much, so I'm very careful. We've just stabilized our foundation. Most importantly, His Majesty hasn't woken up. Do we not get married if father doesn't wake up? Shangguan Wan said angrily. Jiang Yuqing was embarrassed. The rule of the Tianling dynasty has always been that only those who get married can truly ascend to the throne. The day of the wedding is also the day I ascend to the throne. Although I hold great power now, I'm just the third princess after all. As long as I don't get married, I won't be legitimate. Shang Wanwan stared at Jiang Yuqing and said word by word, I don't intend to wait any longer. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI. Net. Chapter 659. It was the same for Shang Wanyu back then. The day of her and Jiang Yuqing's wedding was actually her coronation ceremony. However, the person who came later died, so it naturally couldn't continue. Now that it was finally her turn, how could she delay it again and again? She couldn't be at ease as long as she didn't sit on that throne. Jiang Yuqing saw her determined expression, as if she had really made up her mind, and couldn't help but have a headache. But... have you forgotten the most important thing? If you really want to take the throne legitimately, then you have to pick up the Tianling scepter personally. But now your body. Shang Wanwan's expression changed slightly, and she gritted her teeth. Of course she remembered this. Every emperor of the Tianling dynasty had to pick up the Tianling scepter in front of the courtiers when they ascended the throne. That was a symbol of identity and status. It also represented the true supreme power of the Tianling dynasty. However, the Tianling scepter weighed thousands of kilograms, and only a martial artist with the strength of level 8 or above could pick it up. The current Shang Wanwan's Yuan meridian was crippled, so she couldn't do it at all. She could use some methods to hide the fact that she was already a cripple. However, the Tianling scepter definitely couldn't be concealed. Have you ever thought about how the courtiers will look at you if you can't pick up the Tianling scepter successfully? They will definitely think that you don't have the ability and qualifications to inherit the throne. The Tianling scepter was almost a godly existence in the entire Tianling dynasty. Countless people looked up to it and were full of admiration. That was everyone's belief. Only those who were recognized by the Tianling scepter could become the true emperor. If Shang Wanwan failed, she probably wouldn't be able to get rid of this shadow for the rest of her life. Shang Wanwan bit her lip. Previously, they had been waiting for her father to wake up before carrying out this series of plans. But now, no one knew how long they would have to wait. However, Shang Wanwan couldn't wait for the throne. She said, then let's think of a way to recover the Yuan meridian first. Anyway, the Wanzheng competition has already ended. Jiang Yuqing looked at her in shock, then immediately frowned and said, no. It's still early. If we act now, it will definitely arouse suspicion. So what if I suspect you? Didn't many people suspect Shang Guanyu's death back then? Wasn't he still fine in the end? Shang Guanwan sneered. As long as you have real power, all doubts will disappear. Jiang Yuqing glanced at her coldly. Do you know how much effort I put in to quell those doubts? Shang Guanwan rolled her eyes, got up and walked to Jiang Yuqing. The arrogant and despotic look on her face had been replaced by a sweet and charming smile. She leaned into his embrace, hugged his waist with both hands, and said coquettishly, of course Wan knows. Yuqing has always treated me the best, hasn't he? She didn't say, this consort. In any case, the current situation is like this. It can't be changed no matter what. Perhaps there is only one way for me to recover my Yuan meridian. Even if I don't do it now, I will definitely do it in the future. As long as he was careful, there would be no problem. Her hand slowly brushed against his arm, and there was a tinge of sadness on her face. Both of us were injured back then. You had already fully recovered more than a year ago, but Jiang Yuqing closed his eyes and hid the anger in them. He hated it the most when Shang Guanwan mentioned this, always reminding him over and over again that this arm wasn't his. Even though he didn't feel anything strange now, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. If he didn't agree to Shang Guanwan's request today, she definitely wouldn't let it go. After thinking for a long time, he finally nodded. Okay. Shang Guanwan looked up at him happily. You agreed? Really? Jiang Yuqing's lips curled up into a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Of course. I'll personally arrange this matter. You just have to focus on investigating the problem on His Majesty's side. Yes. I knew that you wouldn't not care about me, Yucheng. As Shang Wanwan spoke, she hugged him and asked, "Oh, right. Since we've already decided on this, why don't we set the wedding date?" Jiang Yucheng wanted to reject her, but he swallowed his words when he saw her expression. After pausing for a moment, he said, "How about after the 6th of August?" Shang Wanwan was a little disappointed. Doesn't that mean there's still half a year? It's too long. Why don't we set it on the 6th of June? Everything should be ready by then. Even though it was a question, her tone was unquestionable. Jiang Yucheng nodded. Then, the 6th of June it is. Then, Jiang Yucheng chatted with Shang Wanwan for a while and settled some matters. Only then did Shang Wanwan leave in satisfaction. She had already thought of how to deal with those old fellows the next day. After suddenly resolving two of her worries, she was elated and didn't notice the hint of impatience in Jiang Yucheng's eyes. After she left, Jiang Yucheng stood alone in the guest hall for a while, adjusted his expression, and headed toward Wudong Garden. Since these things have already started to be prepared, I have to hurry up on my side. Especially, I can't let Yuchi Song have any evidence against me. I have to settle this problem as soon as possible. The crowd in Wudong Garden kept waiting. The heavy snow didn't stop, and the accumulated snow had already reached their calves. It was bone-chilling. But the courtyard was extremely quiet, and there wasn't even a single complaint. They didn't even dare to show their dissatisfaction. Sun Qi stood on the stairs and swept his gaze across the crowd before looking into the room. Xia Mu was sitting inside, looking rather relaxed and carefree. Sun Qi was fuming with anger. This Xia Mu is really crazy. Eldest young master's attitude when he left clearly said that there's something wrong with this Xia Mu. However, he didn't seem to notice it at all. Not only was he not worried about his situation at all, he even sat down calmly to rest as if this was his own home. In the past, he didn't think that Xia Mu would be so ungrateful. Then, he looked at Qi Dai. After coming out of the room, he stayed there obediently. He heard that the two of them had a good relationship. Why was there such a huge difference? If it weren't for the fact that eldest young master might come back and continue interrogating him and couldn't do anything to Xia Mu, he would have chased him out of the room and ordered him to kneel outside for a day and night. Eldest young master. Suddenly, a servant's voice came from outside. Everyone in the courtyard, including Sun Qi, looked over at the same time. Jiang Yucheng walked in. There was a thick layer of snow on the ground. He walked on it, but he didn't leave any footprints. Everyone's hearts trembled as they bowed. "Greetings, eldest young master." Jiang Yucheng ignored them and walked straight into the room with a cold expression. As soon as he entered, he saw two guards standing there vigilantly. Beside them, a person was sitting on a chair. It was Xia Mu. Jiang Yucheng's anger instantly rose. "How dare you!" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 660. The two guards immediately knelt down. On the other hand, Xia Mu slowly stood up and bowed, as if he didn't realize how much he had gone overboard. Jiang Yucheng was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He had never seen such an impudent and bold person in the Jiang residence. "Xia Mu. How dare you!" Xia Mu raised his head and glanced at him. His eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, and he couldn't see clearly. He seemed to be very confused. Didn't he ask him to wait here? He was waiting here and didn't do anything. Jiang Yucheng closed his eyes tightly. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, he would have already kicked them. "Both of you, get lost!" He shouted angrily at the two guards. "Useless!" The two of them hurriedly responded and left the room. However, just as they reached the door, they heard Jiang Yucheng continue. "Kneel outside." Slap yourself 50 times. The two guards looked at each other and complained in their hearts. This was clearly Xiao Mu's fault. Why did it become them being punished in the end? But at this moment, Jiang Yuqing was in a fit of anger. Who dared to refute him? The two of them could only comply obediently. They walked into the courtyard, knelt in the snow with a plop, and began to slap themselves. When everyone saw this, they looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Weren't the two of them guarding Xiao Mu in the room earlier? How did they provoke eldest young master? I didn't hear any movements in the room just now. The loud and clear sound of slapping echoed in the quiet courtyard, and it was even clearer. Many people looked at Sun Qi. Sun Qi knew the reason, but looking at the two guards, he was also displeased. They were clearly carrying sabers and were in charge of guarding, but they were suppressed by Xiao Mu. I really don't know what they're doing. They deserve to be punished by eldest young master. He glanced into the room. At this moment, the door was tightly shut, and he couldn't see anything. However, eldest young master was already back. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Xiao Mu? In the room, Jiang Yuqing stared at Xiao Mu, and his voice was as cold as ice. You're quite carefree, huh? What do you take this place for? Is this your home? Xiao Mu lowered his head and his shoulders drooped. He looked a little listless. Hearing this question, he immediately shook his head. No. This place is too disgusting. Forget about being the head of the house. Then you still dare to do this? Jiang Yuqing raised his hand and was about to hit Xiao Mu, but when he saw the half-mask on his face, he stopped. Now was not the time to get angry. More importantly, they had to solve the problem. Jiang Yuqing took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'll hold you responsible for this later. You haven't answered what I asked you just now. Speak. What the hell is going on? His last words were like a clap of thunder, full of pressure. Xiao Mu's body shuddered as if he was shocked by this voice. Then, he raised his hands and gestured. Only then did Jiang Yuqing remember that he couldn't speak. He walked to the side of the table and threw a stack of paper, a brush, and an inkstone at Xiao Mu. The inkstone even hit Xiao Mu's shoulder. His body trembled slightly. Right. Jiang Yuqing said angrily. Xiao Mu hesitated for a moment before slowly squatting down and picking up the things that had scattered all over the ground. Perhaps he was scared out of his wits, or perhaps he was like this to begin with. His movements were slow and stiff, making one feel aggrieved. Jiang Yuqing was extremely impatient. Finally, he couldn't help but take a few steps forward and reach for Xiao Mu's collar. What the hell, Qi? Before his hand touched Xiao Mu, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing towards him. Jiang Yuqing knew that something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. However, Xiao Mu, who was originally squatting on the ground, quickly got up at lightning speed. He raised all the things that he had packed up in his arms. The paper fluttered down, instantly blocking Jiang Yuqing's line of sight. At the same time, Xiao Mu also pounced on Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing's chin was knocked hard. His teeth collided, and he directly bit his tongue until it bled. A wave of intense pain assaulted him. His lips and teeth were instantly filled with the smell of blood. However, Jiang Yuqing couldn't care about that. He directly reached for Xiao Mu with one hand. This Xiao Mu, there was indeed something wrong with him. Unexpectedly, although Xiao Mu's cultivation level wasn't high, his movements were extremely agile. With a tilt of his body, he dodged Jiang Yuqing's attack. At the same time, Xiao Mu directly reached out with one hand and ruthlessly stabbed that pen into Jiang Yuqing's lower abdomen. That pen seemed to contain a great force as it directly sank into his abdomen. Jiang Yuqing's face instantly turned pale. Then, his face contorted from pain and anger. You're courting death. He clamped down on Xiao Mu tightly, gathered force in his palm, and viciously slammed it towards Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu suddenly lowered his body, grabbed his arm, and fiercely twisted it. Jiang Yuqing felt the pain and subconsciously let go. Xia Mu took the opportunity to escape. Bang! The door was knocked open. Eldest young master, what happened? Poof! Xia Mu actually directly smashed the window and jumped out. That thin and small figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Yuqing gritted his teeth and pulled out that pen. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. His feet swayed, and he actually almost fell down. If it were under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem for him at all. However, his body had just been seriously injured during this period of time, and he was nervous. In addition, that Xia Mu had stabbed him in the right spot, causing him so much pain that he almost fainted. Sun Qi and the others, who had barged in, were all stunned. What's going on? Xia Mu injured eldest young master and escaped. Quick, chase after him. Jiang Yuqing shouted angrily. Digression, at around 3:00 p.m., mobile users, please browse and read. A more high-quality reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 661. Sun Qi looked hesitantly at Jiang Yuqing, who was stained with blood. But eldest young master, you, go. Jiang Yuqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Sun Qi's heart skipped a beat. Yes. He said to the two guards behind him, go after Xia Mu immediately. And you, immediately bring people to lock down the Jiang mansion. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The two guards hurriedly complied and left separately. Sun Qi also jumped out of the window and looked in the direction where Xia Mu left. At the same time, he took out a bamboo tube and pulled it hard. Bang! A firework instantly exploded in the sky. This was something that would only be used in an emergency. Sun Qi usually followed Jiang Yuqing and almost never used it. He didn't expect that it would come in handy in the Jiang mansion today. Soon, the guards of the Jiang mansion rushed over from all directions. In a short while, hundreds of people had gathered, and none of them were weak. Sun Qi quickly said, someone sneaked up on eldest young master just now and has fled outside. Everyone, follow me immediately to find him. Everyone was shocked. Someone actually dared to sneak up on eldest young master in the Jiang mansion? How much guts did he have? Did he not want to live anymore? That person is thin and small. He's wearing blackish-gray clothes and half an iron mask on his face. His face is severely burned. Once anyone finds this person, you must capture him immediately. Yes. Under Sun Qi's lead, everyone followed out. On the other side, the people waiting in Wudong Garden were also shocked. What was wrong with Xia Mu that he actually wanted to go against eldest young master? Qi Dai was also stunned. Impossible. It's impossible. With Xia Mu's courage and strength, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. At this moment, the guards who left had already led a group of people to lock down Wudong Garden. No one was allowed to enter or leave as they pleased. An old man hurried over. When they saw him, the guards took the initiative to make way. Elder Feng. This person was a celestial physician who was specially worshipped in the mansion. He was also eldest young master's trusted aide, Feng Shangyuan. Feng Shangyuan hurriedly entered the room and saw the pale and furious Jiang Yuqing at first glance. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly went forward. Eldest young master. How are you? Jiang Yuqing let go of his hand. Feng Shangyuan saw a bloody hole in his lower abdomen, and beside Jiang Yuqing's feet was a bloody writing brush. This must have been caused by that person just now. Feng Shangyuan was shocked. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Jiang Yuqing. At the same time, he carefully treated his wound. Eldest young master's body has just recovered. I'm afraid that he will have to recuperate for a period of time again. How could that person be so accurate? He actually hit that exact spot. If he had used a little more strength, I'm afraid that his dantian would have been injured. Jiang Yuqing's expression was unsightly. The other party's strength was much lower than his, yet he was still ambushed. On one hand, he wasn't on guard at that time. On the other hand, that person's speed was too fast. After Feng Shangyuan quickly helped him deal with it, Jiang Yuqing took a step forward and was about to chase after him. Young master. You shouldn't move too much right now, so you should rest first. Sun Qi and the others will help you find them. Feng Shangyuan said earnestly. Your body is very weak now. It can't withstand too much torture. Otherwise, Jiang Yuqing's eyes seemed to be burning with two balls of fire. This young master is well aware of his own body. I must catch that Xiaomu today. Today's wound was simply a great humiliation. He took a step forward, then turned around and said sternly to the guards outside the door, take that Qi De away. Watch carefully. Yes. Qi De seemed to have a good relationship with that Xiaomu. Who knew if this matter was also related to Qi De? Qi De couldn't defend himself. He was quickly sealed and taken away. Jiang Yuqing took a deep breath. At this time, the medicine had already taken effect. The pain was slightly reduced, and the bandaged wound was no longer bleeding. He didn't hesitate to walk out. He wanted to tear that Xiaomu into pieces with his own hands. Eldest young master, Feng Shangyuan still wanted to persuade him. Suddenly, a burning pain came from the wound, causing Jiang Yuqing's vision to turn black. He almost couldn't stand. He immediately stopped, gritted his teeth, and looked down at his lower abdomen. That burning sensation quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Eldest young master, what's wrong? Feng Shangyuan saw the abnormality and immediately asked. Jiang Yuqing waited for a moment and realized that the feeling didn't appear again. He felt slightly relieved. It was probably the medicine's effect, nothing. He quickly said and rushed out without caring about being stopped. Although Feng Shangyuan was worried, he knew that Jiang Yuqing wouldn't change his mind once he was determined to do something. Now that he was injured by a nameless pawn, he would probably have to crush his bones and scatter his ashes to dispel the hatred in his heart. Looking at Jiang Yuqing's back view, Feng Shangyuan frowned. Eldest young master's body couldn't take it anymore. On the other side, Sun Qi quickly brought people to find the guard who was sent to chase after Xiaomu. Where's Xiaomu? Sun Qi looked around and didn't see anyone, so he hurriedly asked. That guard's body trembled as he stammered, I lost him. Sun Qi couldn't take it anymore and slapped him. Slap. You can't even do such a small thing well. What's the use of having you? How dare you lose him? Do you not want your life anymore? The guard hurriedly admitted his mistake, but he was helpless in his heart. Lord Sun, that Xiaomu's movements are agile. I only saw him jump over that wall and completely disappeared. Sun Qi looked in the direction he pointed and knew that Xiaomu had already escaped from the Jiang residence. Wudong Garden was very close to the back door, and there were very few guards. It wasn't impossible for that person to escape quickly. Split up and chase after him. Now that the road is covered in snow, I don't believe that he won't leave any traces. Yes. On the other side, Xiaomu quickly escaped from the Jiang residence and walked along a small path. Now that the city was covered in snow, his clothes were too conspicuous. With his speed and concealment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hide for a while, but those people from the Jiang residence would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he had to think of a complete solution. At this moment, the sound of a carriage suddenly came from behind. Xiaomu was stunned and looked back. Why would there be a carriage at this time? And there was no one riding the horse. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Several silhouettes were rapidly approaching this place. He definitely can't run too far. Immediately seal off this place. Search carefully. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. Yes. It's Jiang Yuqing. He actually chased after me. Hearing his approaching voice, Xiaomu made up his mind and turned around to jump toward the carriage. However, just as he reached in front of it, the curtain was lifted from the inside. An arm reached out and quickly pulled Xiaomu in. Dong! Xiaomu fell into a warm and broad embrace. Xiaomu turned around and jumped up, locking the person's wrist on the wall of the carriage. He pinned the other party down. How dare you! Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly smelled a familiar cold fragrance. The man who was tightly pinned down chuckled softly. Are you in such a hurry? Digression, it's over. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 662. Xiaomu raised her head and saw a familiar face. He was noble and devilish, with a hint of a smile on his face. He was like peach blossoms blooming in the spring of March, the most ambiguous and moving spring in the world. Rong Xiu. He was wearing a white brocade robe and a black cloak. The fine black fox fur wrapped around his jade-like face, making him look like the bright moon in the middle of the night. At this moment, he was sitting on the side, tightly pressed down by the person in his arms. One of his hands was on Xiaomu's waist, while the other hand was forcefully pressed against the wall of the carriage. It looked like he was the one being bullied. The two of them were so close to each other that they could smell each other's breaths. Inside the carriage, there was a small incense burner decorated with gold and colorful decorations. It burned quietly, making the atmosphere inside the carriage warm and ambiguous. Imperceptibly, the originally spacious carriage became much narrower and narrower. Xiaomu's movements suddenly stopped, and a trace of astonishment flashed through her black jade-like eyes. Rong Xiu raised his hand and removed half of the iron mask on Xiaomu's face. When he saw the ugly and twisted scar, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. Instead, the corners of his lips curled up. It's not done well enough. People will definitely see through it if they see it up close. No wonder you're so flustered. As he spoke, his slender fingers gently touched Xiaomu's chin, and he easily removed the fake scars. A beautiful face appeared in front of him. If it wasn't Chu Luyue, who else could it be? Rong Xiu's gaze carefully swept across her face. They hadn't seen each other for a few days, but she missed him so much that she almost went crazy. He held her face in his hands and gently brushed his fingers across her soft lips. His eyes darkened slightly. Then, he raised his head slightly and leaned against the wall of the carriage. His jawline was smooth and perfect. Below it was a prominent Adam's apple and a jade button that was tightly fastened, glowing faintly. He looked at the woman in front of him who hadn't recovered from her daze with a faint smile. Do you want to continue? His voice was low and lazy, and the tone at the end rose slightly. It was as if there was a hook, easily moving people's hearts. As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, giving off a fatal attraction. Chu Luyue stared at the jade button on his collar and suddenly felt that it was a bit of an eyesore. Wouldn't it be too tight if he wore it like this? Chu Luyue's heart suddenly felt like it was being tickled by something that was neither light nor heavy. It felt a little itchy. Monster. She cursed in her heart. Chu Luyue snorted and pretended not to understand what Rong Xiu was saying. Put me down. Continue what? How could he still be in the mood to joke in such an emergency? However, Rong Xiu's hand on her waist did not loosen. With a slight movement of his fingers, Chu Luyue's belt was silently undone and slipped off her body. Rong Xiu. Chu Luyue gasped and looked at him in surprise. Rong Xiu's movements were extremely fast. He held her waist with one hand and quickly removed the layer of outer clothing on her body with the other. Rip, when the outer clothing fell, it was actually torn apart. Chu Luyue was even more puzzled. What was Rong Xiu doing? Rong Xiu quickly put away the layer of black and gray outer clothing, and also quickly undid the red outer clothing that Chu Luyue was originally wearing. Chu Luyue grabbed his wrist. Just as she was about to say something, a cold and harsh voice suddenly came from outside. Stop. The horses sensed danger and stopped in response. They pawed the ground uneasily, raising snowflakes. Several auras quickly approached. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. It was Jiang Yucheng and his people. Who is inside the carriage? Jiang Yucheng's cold and harsh voice came from outside. Rong Xiu didn't seem to hear at all. He held Chu Luiyue in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. He held her slender waist with one hand, and quietly removed her hair tie with the other hand. Her black hair fell down. Hearing that there was no movement in the carriage, Jiang Yucheng became more and more impatient. In this world of ice and snow, the road was full of snow. Most people would have already gone home and wouldn't stay outside at all. How could someone travel in a carriage? Furthermore, there was no one driving the carriage. It was only being pulled by 2 horses. There was obviously a problem. The Jiang mansion is investigating the assassin. Anyone who passes through here will be investigated. The person in the carriage had better cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Jiang mansion's guards who came with him had already surrounded the carriage. The cold wind whistled, and a strong pressure spread out. The air seemed to be condensed. The person in the carriage still didn't react. Jiang Yucheng's eyes narrowed dangerously. This carriage looked spacious and luxurious, but there was no sign of an aristocratic family. Presumably, it wasn't someone of power. If that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Besides, even if it was someone with a high status, he, Jiang Yucheng, wouldn't be afraid. If he wanted to investigate someone, who in Xiling City could stop him? Thinking of this, he walked forward with a cold face. With a flick of the knife, he lifted the curtain abruptly. A black streak flashed before his eyes. It was like a huge black feather flying past. Jiang Yucheng frowned and looked inside the carriage. With one look, he was suddenly stunned. There were 2 people in the carriage. A man in a white brocade robe was sitting inside, and he was holding a woman tightly in his arms. The woman was wrapped in a black cloak from top to bottom. Only her head could be seen leaning against the man's chest. From Jiang Yucheng's perspective, he could only see the woman's slightly messy, soft, glossy black hair. Jiang Yucheng only needed to look at the man to know what the situation was. Recalling the flash of black he saw just now, it should be this man who pulled the cloak and wrapped the woman up in a hurry. He didn't expect to run into such a scene. Jiang Yucheng's face was a little dark. On the contrary, after a flash of displeasure from being interrupted flashed across the man's face, his eyes quickly became clear. Although there was still some intoxication between his eyebrows, like 3 parts of spring, he obviously understood what was happening. He calmly buttoned up the open collar, and bent down to whisper something softly in the woman's ear. Only then did he raise his head to look at Jiang Yucheng again. Jiang Mansion? Then you must be eldest young Master Jiang? Jiang Yucheng looked the man up and down suspiciously. Even if he was a man, he had to admit that the man in white in front of him had a noble and perfect appearance, and a cold and noble temperament. He was really like a banished immortal. He himself was one of the top few young masters in Xiling City, and even had the title of Xiling's most handsome man for many years. But in front of this man in white, he was instantly inferior. If he had seen such a person before, he would definitely have an impression. In other words, this man in white was very likely not from Xiling. Thinking of this, he immediately became vigilant and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 663. The man in white smiled faintly. I'm Rong Xiu. Jiang Yucheng quickly went through his mind, but found that he didn't know this name, nor had he heard of it before. I should get off the carriage and greet young Master Jiang, but I'm afraid that's not possible in this situation. I hope young Master Jiang can forgive me. Rong Xiu's voice was low with a hint of laziness. It was an apology, but when it came out of his mouth, there was a sense of laziness and leisure. It was as if, he didn't take Jiang Yuqing seriously at all. Jiang Yuqing suppressed his anger. You know me, but I've never seen you before. Rong Xiu's thin lips curled into a smile. Rong Xiu is just an ordinary person. It's normal that young Master Jiang hasn't seen me before. Jiang Yuqing looked at the woman tightly hugged in his arms. Who's the person in your arms? Raise your head. Rong Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly, hugged the woman even tighter, and said with a faint smile, I heard that young Master Jiang is tracking down the assassin. It's understandable that you want to find someone. But, the two of us have been in this carriage all this time. We really have nothing to do with the so-called assassin. We'll know whether it's related or not after investigating. Jiang Yuqing rudely interrupted Rong Xiu's words, his eyes still fixed on the woman. Raise your head. It's snowing heavily. These two people should have just stayed at home. Why did they have to travel outside in a carriage? He became more and more suspicious, and even the way he looked at the woman was a little fierce. The smile on Rong Xiu's face faded. Just as he was about to speak, the woman in his arms suddenly grabbed the lapel of his chest, moved her head, and spoke. Rong Xiu, since young Master Jiang is looking for the assassin, he naturally can't miss one. It's okay to just take a look. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Jiang Yuqing frowned. This seemed to be, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw the woman in Rong Xiu's arms raise her head and look over. A beautiful face appeared before his eyes. It was Chu Luiyue. At this moment, her entire body was tightly wrapped in the black cloak, revealing only her snow-white little face. Her cheeks were stained with 2 traces of crimson, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, rippling with light, as if they could suck in a person's soul. Her cherry lips were bright red, moist and full, like a rose that was about to bloom. The flowing light in her eyes was like a faintly discernible silk thread, lingering with sorrow. The icy snow that filled the sky instantly lost its luster, leaving behind only this unparalleled beauty. Jiang Yuqing stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Of course, he recognized this face, but it also seemed very unfamiliar. In his impression, Chu Luiyue was extremely beautiful, but there was always a sense of alienation and coldness about her, making people feel uneasy to get close to her. But at this moment, she was obediently leaning in a man's arms, like a soft cat, making people's hearts soften. She was really lively and fragrant. Chu Luiyue looked at him. I didn't show up just now because I didn't want to meet young Master Jiang in such a situation. But since young Master Jiang is looking for the assassin, I can only do this. I hope young Master Jiang won't take offense. After saying this, she smiled slightly, as if she was a little shy, but full of sweetness. Jiang Yuqing didn't know what to feel in his heart, and his mind was blank. He asked almost subconsciously, who is he to you? Rong Xiu tightened his cloak even more, and the smooth fur collar almost covered half of Chu Luiyue's small face. He said with a faint smile, I'm Yu Er's fiancé. Jiang Yuqing was stunned. The main reason why Mu Qinghe went to country Yaochen back then wasn't to find the Daijing Yuan meridian. The main reason why he brought Chu Luiyue back was to deal with the Wanjing competition. Therefore, he didn't say too much about Chu Luiyue to Jiang Yuqing. As for her having a fiancé, he didn't even mention it. Jiang Yuqing naturally didn't know. But at that moment, Chu Luiyue's smile instantly overlapped with a certain scene in his memory. That person had also revealed such a smile. Even though there was a little shyness, there was more joy and joy. It was as if all the light had gathered in her eyes, bright and brilliant. Jiang Yuqing's heart felt like it was being squeezed by something. The two scenes kept intertwining, almost causing him to be in a mess. For some reason, his hand that was holding the saber trembled slightly. Rong Xiu watched coldly from the sidelines. He sneered in his heart, but his face was indifferent. Eldest young Master Jiang, since we've confirmed that there's no problem, can we leave? Jiang Yuqing suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Rong Xiu, and his gaze gradually turned cold. He was also a man, so he naturally saw through Rong Xiu's thoughts. That completely possessive attitude was really disgusting. When he thought of the situation between the two of them in the carriage, his heart suddenly burned with an unknown fire. He didn't know where this anger was coming from, but it felt as if it was going to burn his internal organs to ashes. It's snowing heavily. What are the two of you doing here? Jiang Yuqing suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked coldly. Rong Xiu's lips curled into a doting smile as he explained unhurriedly, Princess Yu was summoned by the third princess. Yu was summoned to the palace by third princess today. Later on, seeing that it was snowing heavily, I hired a carriage to pick her up. Speaking of this carriage, I have to thank Vice Admiral Mu. If it weren't for him, it might not have been easy to find such a good carriage quickly. Just 2 short sentences, but they contained too much information. Chu Luiyue widened his eyes slightly and glanced at him. Rong Xiu actually asked Mu Qinghe to help find this carriage? When did the two of them meet? How did Mu Qinghe agree to help? Jiang Yuqing was also shocked. He looked at Chu Luiyue. Did the third princess summon you to the palace today? Why did she look for you? Chu Luiyue nodded and said, it was just a casual conversation. It was just a casual chat. Later, third princess was busy looking after His Majesty, so I came back. Looking at Chu Luiyue's expression, it seemed that nothing had happened. However, Jiang Yuqing still felt uneasy. Shang Wanwan was too sudden. The two of them talked so much today, but she didn't mention this matter at all. Also, Mu Qinghe asked him to investigate the residence on 6 Cloud Street. How did it suddenly have anything to do with Rong Xiu? Help? But no matter what, Rong Xiu's words were reasonable. Moreover, whether it was Chu Luiyue entering the palace or Mu Qinghe helping, it couldn't be faked. It was almost impossible to pick out anything strange or wrong with these two explanations. Jiang Yuqing's suspicions gradually disappeared, and he finally took a step back. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Since it has been clarified, you can leave. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the guards behind him immediately stepped aside. The horse seemed to have a mind of its own as it raised its hooves and walked forward. However, just as it moved, Jiang Yuqing suddenly thought of something and quickly stepped forward to stop the carriage. He stared at the two of them closely, full of scrutiny and oppression, and asked in a deep voice, No, the third princess went to the Jiang mansion early. Chu Luiyue should have left the palace long ago. Why are you still on the road after spending so much time? Chu Luiyue's hands slightly tightened. Then, he heard the man beside him chuckle and say with a faint smile, This time, it's not too long, is it? Is it too long in eldest young Master Zhang's opinion? Digression, Rong Xiu, murderous and heartless. I'm worried that these 2 chapters are sensitive and blocked, so I'll post them first. The rest of the update will continue. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 664. Chu Luiyue swore with her life that Jiang Yuqing's face darkened for a moment. She silently glanced at Rong Xiu. What a ruthless sentence. What a vicious man. She liked it. Without waiting for Jiang Yuqing to get angry, Rong Xiu continued. When you are with your beloved, even if you are talking about the most boring things in the world, it is also the most interesting thing. Naturally, you will forget the time. He reached out and slowly combed Chu Luiyue's hair. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss her very much. I'm afraid that it's not enough for me to see her. How can I be in the mood to look at the time? His voice was low and gentle, and his deep eyes looked at Chu Luiyue as if he was looking at the most precious treasure in the world. Chu Luiyue's heart seemed to be hit by something soft, and it overflowed with sourness and sweetness. She leaned into Rong Xiu's arms and obediently put her cheek on his chest, feeling at ease. With this man around, he would naturally help her solve all her problems. She didn't need to worry about anything. She just needed to watch and listen well. Jiang Yuqing clenched his fists. Because of the force, his knuckles turned white, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Rong Xiu's words didn't leave any room for rebuttal. And the scene of the two of them snuggling together was inexplicably dazzling. Let's go. He took a deep breath and turned to leave quickly. Many guards immediately chased after him. Soon, the group of figures disappeared from the street. The surroundings finally quieted down, and the oppressive aura completely dissipated. The curtain was put down, covering everything outside. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and slowly exhaled. Almost, if Rong Xiu hadn't appeared in time, it would have been difficult for her to escape unscathed today. Jiang Yuqing was a vengeful person. She hurt him, so he would definitely pursue it to the end. In the following days, the West Hill would probably be lively. Now you know fear? Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. You were bold when you did it. Chu Luiyue was teased by him, but she didn't think much of it. Instead, she asked with interest, did you really come out today to pick me up? Or, did you deliberately come here to wait? Rong Xiu didn't deny it and smiled. Strictly speaking, it was indeed both. Initially, he was rather worried when he heard that Shangguan had summoned Chu Luiyue to the palace. Since Mu Qinghe was there, he asked him to help. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't find a good carriage. It was just that, he didn't like Mu Qinghe. In the end, he didn't manage to fetch Chu Luiyue. Finally, he found out that she was in the Jiang residence. So he drove the carriage here. This was right was Cheng was Xiu was Yuqing Rong Xiu. Was. Even if Jiang Yuqing had doubts, there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find any flaws. Chu Luiyue glanced at his expression and guessed something. She couldn't help but sigh. Rong Xiu, why are you always there when I need you? Not once, not twice. Every time. Every time she thought she was in trouble and had nowhere to run, he would always appear and pull her back from the edge of danger into his arms. How could there be such a person in this world? He knew what she knew, liked what she liked, and hated what she hated. He would always give her the best. Was it really God's mercy in this life? Rong Xiu kissed her gently between her eyebrows. I promised you, so I will do it. Chu Luiyue played with the jade button on his collar with one hand and murmured in a daze, I don't remember you saying that. The jade button was so tight, but Rong Xiu opened it with his fingers just now. Rong Xiu looked at her deeply. There seemed to be countless undercurrents surging in his eyes, but they finally returned to calmness. He restrained the look in his eyes, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, actually, this thing needs to be done carefully. Do you want me to teach you? Chu Luiyue looked up and glared at him with her bright and watery eyes. I know how to do it even if you don't teach me. Who are you looking down on? Her long hair was scattered, and she was wrapped in a black cloak like a silkworm. She was angry, and her cheeks were flushed. She was extremely cute. Rong Xiu laughed out loud. Okay. Then I'll let you practice for free. How about it? The carriage started moving again. The carriage swayed, and Chu Luiyue's hand slipped slightly. It was not easy for her to untie it halfway, but it went back. Chu Luiyue wrinkled her nose and used all her strength indignantly. Rip! Chu Luiyue stared blankly at the jade button that fell in her hand and the collar that had been forcefully torn open. She was speechless. This doesn't seem to be a good idea. Rong Xiu leaned against the wall of the carriage and smiled lazily. It seems that you're really anxious. Chu Luiyue innocently raised the jade button and smiled embarrassedly. That, you misunderstood. Actually, I think the quality of your clothes is not good enough. Rong Xiu seemed to have seen through everything and moved closer to her. The two of them looked at each other and breathed. It's snowing heavily today. I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the Chongshu Pavilion. There's still half a day and one night left. You can do whatever you want. Chu Luiyue, it's really a misunderstanding. In the heavy snow, the carriage gradually moved further and further away. The street regained its calm. Other than the two ruts in the snow, nothing seemed to have happened. However, on the other side, Jiang Yuqing's heart was burning with a ball of fire. The scene that he saw just now kept replaying in his mind. That woman's delicate and shy appearance was an expression that would only appear when facing her sweetheart. She was originally very beautiful. Jiang Yuqing had long known. She was somewhat similar to that person. Jiang Yuqing also knew. Other than the first time they met, when he saw that bright and brilliant smile that shocked him for a long time, he had basically gotten used to seeing that face after that. The two of them were as different as clouds and mud, and there was no comparison at all. Especially that glance outside the zither room in Thousand View Garden, he had already completely separated the two of them in his heart. He thought that the throbbing in the depths of his heart had completely dissipated. But when he saw her again today, he realized that it wasn't like that. Chu Luiyue seemed to have a strange and subtle temperament that always made him involuntarily want to take another look. She was similar to that person, but also different. Relatively speaking, although Chu Luiyue's background wasn't as noble, and her temperament and self-cultivation couldn't be compared to that person's, she had a more vigorous vitality. That was the tenacity in her bones. Those who hadn't experienced hardship wouldn't have such a feeling. In other words, that person was like the sun in the clouds that he could only look up to. Even if he had a marriage agreement with her, he always felt that there was something between them. Sometimes, he even felt that he couldn't even reach the corner of her clothes. But Chu Luiyue was different. She was similarly lively and beautiful, but also within his reach. What made Jiang Yuqing feel at a loss and faintly flustered was that Chu Luiyue, he seemed to be unable to resist. Eldest young master. Digression, Jiang Yuqing, that's a woman within my reach. Rong Xiu, no, that's the road to the underworld that's within your reach. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 665. Jiang Yuqing came back to his senses. The guard beside him looked at him worriedly. Eldest young master, are you all right? Ever since the carriage left just now, eldest young master had been absent-minded and silent all the way. It really looked a little strange. Could it be that eldest young master's injuries were too serious? Jiang Yuqing's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. What can happen to this young master? Continue to search. Yes. Jiang Yuqing raised his head. It was still snowing, and the entire Shilin city was covered with a thick layer of snow. If the snow was getting heavier, it would be more convenient for Xiaomu to escape. He lifted his foot and quickly moved forward. Jiang Yuqing spent a lot of manpower and resources. He almost turned half of Shilin city upside down, but he still couldn't find Xiaomu. He couldn't even find a trace of him. This person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. When night fell, Jiang Yuqing returned to the mansion. However, he sent a group of people outside to search. In the study, Feng Shangyuan treated Jiang Yuqing's wounds again and checked his pulse. His face was solemn. Eldest young master, your body was seriously injured some time ago, and you used a special method to hide your aura. The damage to your body is too great. In addition to today's injuries. If you don't rest well, I'm afraid that you will suffer from a chronic illness in the future. Jiang Yuqing closed his eyes. His body was injured, and he had been running around outside for a day. His face looked a little pale. The gloomy mood in his heart was still hovering and couldn't dissipate. It made him frown. Seeing him like this, Feng Shangyuan couldn't help but sigh. This old man is not an alarmist. Eldest young master, this old man knows your body best. You really can't torture yourself anymore. If it affects your future cultivation, then the gains won't make up for the losses. These words finally made Jiang Yuqing open his eyes. It's that serious? Feng Shangyuan nodded seriously. So, during this period of time, don't worry too much. If there's anything, try to leave it to the subordinates. Have a good rest. Jiang Yuqing waved his hand irritably. Easy for you to say. Sheng Wanwan was about to start making arrangements for that matter, and even the wedding would be put on the agenda soon after. Where would he find the time to rest? Feng Shangyuan was about to persuade him again when he heard Jiang Yuqing say, "You can go back first. I want to be alone for a while." Feng Shangyuan sighed in his heart. He could only turn around and leave. When he reached the door, he bumped into Sun Qi, who had just returned in a hurry. Sun Qi bowed to Feng Shangyuan and then quickly walked in. Feng Shangyuan looked back, shook his head, and left. In the room, Sun Qi walked up to Jiang Yuqing with snow on his head. "Young master, I've already gone to Xia Mu's residence, but I couldn't find him. Furthermore, from the testimonies of the people around him, he had never returned at all." This answer was within Jiang Yuqing's expectations. After doing such a thing, how could Xia Mu not know that he would die if he went back? "Did you find out if there's anything unusual about him recently?" "Not at all." Xia Mu had no parents, and his face was disfigured. He had become mute and had been living alone. Chi Dai lived very close to him, and the two of them had a deep relationship. Other than that, the two of them didn't have much contact with others. For the past year or so, they had been like ordinary people. There was nothing wrong with them. Jiang Yuqing pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the remaining half of the people today?" "They've all been locked up in Wudong Garden. Someone is guarding them. Brother Qi is locked up alone." As Sun Qi spoke, he glanced at him and asked tentatively, "Young master, what do you think, should we do with these people?" "Just lock them up first. Get Chi Dai here first. I'll interrogate him personally." Sun Qi was a little worried. "But young master, you were injured today and ran around outside. Why don't we interrogate him tomorrow?" Jiang Yuqing looked at him coldly. "If you have the time to be long-winded, why don't you go and find Xia Mu?" Sun Qi didn't dare to say anything else and agreed. At the same time, 6 Cloud Street, Chu Mansion. The former coachman, Yan Qing, who had been driven back by his master early, was looking at the snow in boredom and sighing. "Sigh, master's thoughts are getting more and more unpredictable now. He even wants me to drive the carriage myself. I don't know if he has picked up Miss Lu Yu." A silhouette quietly descended from the side of the wall, and quickly walked towards them. Yan Qing took a look and retracted his gaze. Umo was shocked to see him. He stared at him and asked, "Why are you here?" He looked around. "Master doesn't seem to be here. Why is Yan Qing here alone? Where's master? You didn't follow him?" Yan Qing glanced at him coldly. "Master has his reasons for doing what he wants to do. Why do you care so much?" Umo chuckled. "I'm just worried that you have nothing to do." Yan Qing sneered and said disdainfully, "You have something to do?" Umo leaned over and lowered his voice. Then, he said mysteriously and proudly, "That's right. I beat up that 4th Miss Jiang again." Yan Qing was a little surprised. "Hasn't she been staying in the Jiang mansion recently? Don't tell me you went in." "No. She came out today. I happened to see her. Isn't it a coincidence? Since I've met her, of course I have to show her." Jiang Yuji hadn't gone out during this period. Umo waited for 2 days. Seeing that she was obedient, he gave up. He didn't expect that he would have an unexpected gain when he went out today. She was destined to have this tribulation. "I can't help it." As Umo spoke, he moved his fist and felt a little regretful. "Tisk, it's a pity that she brought someone with her this time. I didn't have enough fun." The corner of Yan Qing's mouth twitched. "Do you really plan to beat her every time you see her? It's not like you didn't see what master did last time. This is considered good." "That's true. She brought this upon herself. Isn't she so presumptuous because she has a backer? She's talking as if our Miss Lu Yu doesn't have one. It's just hitting a stone with an egg. If I don't teach her a lesson, she will definitely do it again in the future." Yan Qing agreed. Suddenly, the sound of a carriage came from outside the courtyard. Yan Qing hurriedly rushed over and quickly opened the door. Umo followed closely behind. A carriage was parked in front of the door. A slender hand lifted the curtain. Rong Xiu got out of the carriage. Master. However, she saw Rong Xiu lightly nod his head and bring someone down from the carriage. Greetings, Miss Lu Yu. Yan Qing and Umo shouted in unison. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Umo, you're here too? Rong Xiu had been in West Hill for a while. Usually, Yan Qing followed him, but she didn't see Umo much. She thought that he didn't come. Umo scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't say that he didn't show up previously because his face was bruised and swollen. He coughed and changed the topic. Master, Miss Lu Yu, it's cold outside. Let's go in. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 666. After a day of torment in Chu Luiyue, he could finally return to his home and have a good rest. However, the Jiang residence on the other side was not so peaceful. After being detained for a day, Qi Dai was escorted to Jiang Yuqing's study at night. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and it seemed to freeze his bones. Even his heart was almost completely cold. The door was closed from behind. In front of him was Jiang Yuqing, who was sitting behind the table with a cold and dignified expression. The dim yellow light shone on his face, and it was cold and eerie. Qi Dai shivered all over. For a moment, his entire body stiffened and he could not move. Bang! Sun Qi kicked him in the knee from behind. Why aren't you kneeling when you see eldest young master? Qi Dai knelt on the ground with a plop in pain. The pain in his knee made his face pale. He finally reacted and hurriedly kowtowed. Spare me, eldest young master. Spare me, eldest young master. Jiang Yuqing looked at him expressionlessly. Tell me, what's going on with Xiaomu? Qi Dai paused and felt bitter in his heart. Eldest young master, I really don't know. Xiaomu is introverted and very timid. He doesn't even go out often. I don't know why he did this. Although he also had a lot of resentment towards Jiang Yuqing in his heart, he would at most complain a little in private. He would never dare to do anything. They knew very well what kind of person Jiang Yuqing was. It wasn't like they hadn't seen his methods before. How could they dare to go against him? But Xiaomu actually injured Jiang Yuqing. Even he was shocked for a long time when he heard that. Until now, he still couldn't understand why Xiaomu did this. You have the best relationship with him. Don't you know what he wants to do? Qi Dai wanted to cry but had no tears. I really don't know. Eldest young master, please understand. Everything was fine when I came here with Xiaomu today. Jiang Yuqing pondered for a moment. Xiaomu must have attacked him on the spur of the moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used just one brush. However, when Xiaomu attacked, he was extremely steady, accurate, and ruthless. Jiang Yuqing even suspected that Xiaomu had long held a grudge against him, which was why he suddenly used so much strength. Has he ever told you that he harbors hatred for me? Qi Dai pondered for a moment, his expression conflicted. Jiang Yuqing raised his tone slightly, with a hint of coercion. Qi Dai hurriedly lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the ground. No. I really didn't. He followed this young master to the southern border. His face was ruined and he became a mute. Do you really not have any complaints? Jiang Yuqing didn't believe it. He knew in his heart how these people viewed him, but he didn't mind. In any case, they couldn't do anything. But now, Xiaomu had injured him. Of course, he would pursue the matter to the end. Qi Dai had no choice but to say this. He has always been loyal to the eldest young master. He wouldn't do this to you. Jiang Yuqing gave Sun Qi a look. Sun Qi immediately stepped forward and slapped Qi Dai hard. Slap. Tell the truth. If you lie, I'll cut off your tongue. Chi-de lost 2 teeth and his mouth was full of blood. He opened his mouth, but something seemed to be stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak. Xia Mu had saved his life. He couldn't. Jiang Yuqing narrowed his eyes. How could he not see through Chi-de's thoughts? Such stubbornness was obviously to protect Xia Mu. He suddenly asked, since you don't admit it, then I won't pursue this matter. Let me ask you, Xia Mu. Why did his cultivation suddenly regress to the peak of the 4th stage? Chi-de was suddenly stunned. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Yuqing in a daze. Peak of the 4th stage? Impossible, he's still in the same realm as before? Although his body was seriously injured after returning and he couldn't advance no matter how hard he cultivated, he definitely didn't return to the peak of the 4th stage. A white light suddenly flashed in Jiang Yuqing's mind. He immediately stood up and stared at Chi-de. Is what you said true? Are you sure that he's not at the peak of the 4th stage? Chi-de didn't know why he was like this and only nodded blankly. Yes. Eldest young master, is there something wrong? Jiang Yuqing's expression changed quickly. So that's how it is, That Xia Mu was a fake. During this period of time, did you notice anything different about Xia Mu? He asked anxiously. Chi-de thought for a long time and shook his head hesitantly. No. He's always been like that. Jiang Yuqing instantly thought of the appearance of that Xia Mu. He was thin and small, his face was full of scars, and he wore half an iron mask. Most importantly, he was mute. Such a person was extremely easy to disguise. Even if he silently changed into another person, who would be able to see the change when he stood there silently with his head lowered? Jiang Yuqing gradually clenched his fists. What he could confirm now was that the Xia Mu who injured him today wasn't the real Xia Mu. As for the real Xia Mu, he had probably been dealt with long ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't confirm when this person was changed, and he didn't know who would pretend to be Xia Mu and deliberately sneak into the Jiang residence. As long as that person removed his disguise and changed into his own appearance, who would know? Given the current situation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to investigate this matter. Jiang Yuqing paced back and forth in the room in extreme frustration. As he walked, he kept looking at the brush on the table. Who could have such strength and movement skills? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Peak of the 4th stage, wasn't Chu Luiyue the one? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 667. A burst of burning pain suddenly came from his lower abdomen. Jiang Yuqing frowned, and his face instantly turned pale. Sun Qi immediately stepped forward and asked nervously, "Eldest young master, what's wrong?" Jiang Yuqing waved his hand. "Nothing. Take him down first." "Yes." Chi-de was confused. He had already said what he needed to say. Why was the eldest young master still unwilling to let him go? He really didn't do anything to let the eldest young master down. Sun Qi walked to Chi-de's side and glanced at Jiang Yuqing hesitantly. "Eldest young master," then, Jiang Yuqing gave him a look and was a little impatient. "Follow the plan." Sun Qi immediately agreed. A trace of uneasiness emerged in Chi-de's heart. Follow the plan, what plan? His intuition told him that bang. Sun Qi's hand chopped Chi-de until his 2 eyes rolled back and he fainted. Then, he personally dragged Chi-de out. After the door was closed, Jiang Yuqing was the only one left in the room. He took a deep breath and walked towards the bed behind the screen. After taking off his clothes, he carefully examined the wound on his lower abdomen. The burning pain just now only appeared for a moment and then dissipated. A brush was stabbed straight in, causing a small wound. Plus, Feng Shangyuan had already treated it for him, so it was already getting better. But that strange burning pain really made Jiang Yuqing worried. He sat cross-legged, circulated his force, and carefully checked the situation in his body, but didn't find any problems. After thinking about it, he asked someone to invite Feng Shangyuan over. After hearing his description, Feng Shangyuan was also full of surprise. But after repeatedly checking Jiang Yuqing's pulse 3 times, he still didn't find anything wrong. This eldest young master doesn't seem to have any other problems apart from these injuries. What's the pain you mentioned? Jiang Yuqing frowned. It's like a fire, but it's fleeting. I checked myself and there's no problem, but this pain is really strange. He was cautious and suspicious by nature, not to mention that this matter involved his body. It was impossible for him not to care. Feng Shangyuan looked ashamed. It's probably because my medical skills aren't good enough. Why don't I find someone else to take a look at eldest young master? No. Jiang Yuqing shook his head. Feng Shangyuan was a little puzzled. Why? Zhuo Mingxi and the other lords are still reliable, and they probably won't reveal your body's condition. Those 3 heavenly doctors were Shangguan Wan and Jiang Yuqing's confidants. If not, they wouldn't have been specially chosen to take care of the emperor. Jiang Yuqing didn't say anything, but his cold and solemn expression made Feng Shangyuan's heart race. Could it be that eldest young master no longer trusted those people? Now is a critical time. I can't reveal anything about my body's condition. Thus, even for the few of them, it was best for them to not know what to do. What of Jiang of those words of his? Feng Shangyuan did not ask further. Then I'll go back and look through the medical books to see if I can find anything. Jiang Yuqing nodded. After Feng Shangyuan left, Jiang Yuqing got up, walked to the table, and looked at the pen carefully. The blood stains on it had already dried. Other than the first time, he couldn't see any traces. Jiang Yuqing looked at the table with one hand and fell into deep thought. Did this matter have anything to do with Chu Luiyue? In Xiling City, there were many martial artists at the peak of the 4th stage, but he couldn't think of anyone who had such guts and acted so accurately and ruthlessly. But Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu had alibis. Moreover, it was impossible for the people in the palace and Mu Qinghe to lie. It seemed that he could only slowly find an opportunity to probe, Jiang Yuqing thought with a frown. If it was really Chu Luiyue, then where did the hatred she had for him come from? Knock knock. Just as Jiang Yuqing was puzzled, there was suddenly a series of hurried knocks on the door. Jiang Yuqing's expression turned cold. It was already so late, why was there still someone here? Before he could speak, a woman's sobbing voice came from outside the door. Big brother. Big brother, open the door. It was Jiang Yuji. Jiang Yuqing suppressed the anger in his heart and walked over to open the door. Jiang Yuji was actually wearing a veil that covered most of her face. What are you doing? Jiang Yuqing asked with a frown. Jiang Yuji's eyes were red, but Uncle Fu, who was following behind her, immediately knelt down. Eldest young master, please forgive me. It's all my fault. Jiang Yuqing's heart sank. He pulled her directly into the room and pulled off the veil on her face. Her face was bruised and swollen again. Jiang Yuji cried. Big brother, when I went out today, I was beaten up by that person again. Jiang Yuqing's temples were throbbing. There were too many things to complain about, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart with great difficulty. He looked at Uncle Fu. What's going on? On such a cold day, Uncle Fu was sweating profusely. He said nervously, Eldest young master, this old servant accompanied 4th Miss out today, but when we were settling the bill, 4th Miss disappeared. When this old servant found her again. I saw. 4th Miss was already like this. This old servant has failed in his duty, please punish me, eldest young master. Actually, Uncle Fu was also very wronged. He had been carefully accompanying Jiang Yuji the whole day. Who knew that in such a short time, the other party would actually make a move? Jiang Yuqing had already experienced countless troublesome things in this day, but he didn't expect that they still wouldn't stop in the middle of the night. The aura around him was cold and sinister. What's the use of punishing her now? The key is to find that person. This time, did you see what that person looked like? Jiang Yuji shook her head with tears in her eyes. Uncle Fu said, eldest young master, since that person was able to quietly take fourth miss away from this old servant, his strength must be above this old servant's. Jiang Yuqing's heart trembled slightly. Although Uncle Fu wasn't a top expert, he wasn't weak either. It would be easy for the other party to send a powerhouse of this level to take Jiang Yuji's life. But the other party didn't do so. This was clearly to torture Jiang Yuji. Thinking of this, he glanced at her and saw that Jiang Yuji looked aggrieved and there was deep fear in her eyes. Big brother. I won't go out in the future. Can you quickly find that person? Last time, Jiang Yuji was still extremely arrogant. Now that she had suffered, she instantly became obedient. Jiang Yuqing's heart ached and he was angry. In the end, he could only say, go back and recuperate first. Don't go out during this period of time. I will send someone to investigate this matter. Jiang Yuji didn't have any objections and agreed miserably. Jiang Yuqing didn't sleep well that night. He had nightmares. That faintly discernible burning sensation always reminded him of a big fire. And this time, in his sleep, he became the person in the fire. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 668. The next day, the news that someone had infiltrated the Jiang residence and tried to assassinate Jiang Yuqing spread throughout Xiling City. Of course, no one dared to talk about it openly, but they had all kinds of guesses in private. After all, Jiang Yuqing had offended too many people, and there were too many people who wanted his life. It was a long story. In the beginning, he was just an ordinary eldest son of the Jiang family, holding a position in the imperial court that was neither important nor small. Because of his outstanding talent and family background, his future was bright. But in Xiling City, there were many outstanding young disciples. Jiang Yuqing wasn't the most outstanding one in all aspects. The reason why he was able to soar in these few years and reach his current position was all because of his engagement with the Empress concubine. Perhaps because of his outstanding appearance, or perhaps because of his good background and talent, the Empress concubine chose him to be her fiancé. After the engagement was set, his status immediately changed. Who didn't know that the Empress concubine would be the next empress? Moreover, the Empress concubine was born with a Tianjing Yuan meridian. In the hearts of the entire Tianling dynasty, she was the most respected person. In addition, the Empress concubine had done many things over the years, such as quelling rebellions, reducing taxes, and so on. Her reputation was once close to that of the current emperor. In the hearts of the people, she was different. She was a high and mighty existence that they could only look up to. And Jiang Yuqing became the Empress concubine's fiancé, so naturally, his status rose. Countless people secretly tried to rope him in and curry favor with him. This allowed Jiang Yuqing to quickly accumulate connections. Later, as his marriage with the Empress concubine gradually progressed, his relationship with the Empress concubine also became closer. He learned a lot by following her. After that, the Empress concubine would give some things to him to handle. He naturally became the person who understood the Empress concubine's style and methods the most. After the Empress concubine passed away, the imperial court was in chaos. He quickly joined forces with the third princess and used thunderous methods to suppress them. At the same time, he eliminated a portion of the people who claimed to have betrayed the Empress concubine. Thus, with the emperor in a coma and the Empress concubine dead, there was no leader. After he and the third princess took care of these matters, they naturally took the position. Later, he and the third princess formed an engagement. Regarding this matter, the world had always had different opinions. Some felt that he was doing this to stabilize the imperial court, while others felt that he was fighting for power. In the process, it was inevitable that he would offend many people. It was actually quite normal for someone to assassinate him now. However, on the same day, another important piece of news came from the palace. In the imperial court, the third princess discussed with all the officials and decided to marry Jiang Yuqing on the 6th of June. Calculating the time, it was about 3 months later. It was like a clap of thunder. Everyone knew that the day of the wedding was the day when third Princess Shangguan ascended the throne. Chu Estate. In the room, Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged, holding his breath and concentrating. The origin power of heaven and earth and the surroundings flowed into her body endlessly, passing through her limbs and bones before finally converging into the water droplet in her dantian. The 4 lines were bright and clear on the surface of the water droplet. Chu Luiyue faintly felt as if he had touched an invisible barrier. She knew very well that it was the threshold of a rank 5 warrior. After the battle at the Square Stream sect meeting, the power in her body had become much more solid. Thinking about it, it was time to choose to break through now. Chu Luiyue placed both hands on her knees and sped up the flow of origin power in her body. Above her head, an energy vortex quickly appeared. Waves of origin power quickly flowed in. The aura and pressure around her also began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the door, Rongxiu walked along the corridor. Before he reached, he seemed to have sensed something and looked at the room. A faint ripple could be felt coming from it. His eyes moved slightly, and he stood still on the spot. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver barrier quickly enveloped the entire room. Master, when Enchanting arrived, he had just shouted when he saw his master standing in the corridor with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. He immediately shut up tactfully and looked at the room where Chu Luiyue was. When he saw the silver barrier, he thought for a moment and understood. Master is protecting Miss Lu Yu? Could it be that Miss Lu Yu is going to break through again? Enchanting sighed in his heart. Miss Lu Yu's breakthrough speed was too fast. In less than a year, she went from a good-for-nothing to the peak of rank 4 and was about to break through to rank 5. Even if it was a cultivator with the same Daijing Yuan meridian talent, it would be very difficult to achieve this step. Moreover, she was a triple cultivator. Apart from martial artist cultivation, the ranks of Xian Master and Celestial Physician were also constantly increasing. Even if she was placed in their place, she would not lose to others. Sensing Enchanting's arrival, Rongxiu turned his head and looked over. What's the matter? Enchanting stepped forward and bowed. Master, 36 revered Elder Ming is back. He's waiting in the front hall. Rongxiu raised his eyebrows. So fast? At that time, 36 revered Elder Ming had come to Xiling with him. However, after arriving, he asked 36 revered Elder Ming to help investigate a matter. 36 revered Elder Ming was unwilling at first. He wanted to see Chu Luiyue before leaving. In the end, he was persuaded by Rongxiu. According to Rongxiu's previous estimation, 36 revered Elder Ming would only return in half a month. He didn't expect it to be so fast. He turned around and glanced at the silver barrier, but he didn't move. Enchanting hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, aren't you going now? Rongxiu was calm. Wait a little longer. Wait for what? Of course, he was waiting for Chu Luiyue to break through. Enchanting was very puzzled. It was naturally a good thing that Miss Lu Yu had broken through to rank 5. However, why did Master still want to guard her personally? At this level, there shouldn't be any problems. It should be over soon. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. He could only say, then I'll go back and report to 36 revered elders first. Rongxiu nodded. However, just as Enchanting turned around and was about to leave, he saw a figure walking over from not far away. It was 36 revered Elder Ming. His footsteps seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of him silently. Enchanting immediately bowed, but 36 revered Elder Ming waved his hand. No need, no need. I'm here to see the little princess consort. As he spoke, he looked curiously at Chu Luiyue's room and asked in surprise. Is she going to break through? Rongxiu, didn't you say that she's still a rank 4 warrior? Why are you guarding her now? For convenience, he disguised himself as an elder of Mingyue Tianshan this time. Therefore, he no longer addressed Rongxiu as, Your Highness, and called him by his name. Rongxiu seemed to have expected that he couldn't wait to come, and a smile appeared on his face. Naturally, it's because I need it. Buzz. A wave suddenly spread out from the room. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. You're tuning into the A Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.